funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. I'm sure all of our buttons are pushed and our I's are crossed and our T's are dotted and our P's and Q's are being minded. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Aren't you out this weekend?
I'm going to be in Canton. I'm going to be in Canton on Saturday. You can get tickets at BillSquire.com.
That's the one that Drunk Sue's going to?
She said she's not going to go.
I thought she was vehemently opposed to not going.
No, it seemed like she didn't want to go, but that's okay. We'll still have fun.
Mary was good enough for her, I guess.
Yeah, that's all right.
Not.
That's okay.
Mary Santora's out. She's apartment hunting today. And Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
I finally slipped him his Heinen's $50 gift card that we get.
I keep forgetting that I have those too.
You haven't gotten yours
no,
yet?
I've got mine, but I need to use them.
Yeah.
I'm using mine today because I'm poor. I made sure, because every time I told you, I don't know if Tracy heard me talking about it on the show, but I make it a point to walk past her office every day when I get in. And every couple of days, it's either closed or it's open and the light is off and no one's in there. Today, I saw her sitting there. I said, ding, 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 ding. Hi, do you have my Heinen's gift card? She said, yeah, I gave them to Alan for you.
She gave them to me this morning, yeah.
She already knew what it was.
Well, she probably also went through, because you have to sign them out, so she probably went down the list. Who hasn't signed for these?
Clearly, it's a mistake.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the poorest of them all? And that would be me, Poundcake. And plus, you'll blow through $50 at Heinen's right quick.
I'm just looking for dinner for tonight.
What's that?
I said, just getting dinner for tonight, so I don't even care.
Well, you can get more than one night's dinner for $50, but you'll blow through $50 pretty quickly anywhere. But Heinen's, it's a little hoity-toity.
Shoot,
they have good stuff there, great stuff there.
The place I go to, I tell Bill all the time, I go to Lucky's and I'll just get a couple items. They're like, hi, $37.50. I'm like, damn, bitch!
Bro, you gotta start going to Sapel's, man. That's the spot.
Where is that?
It's right up the street, and it's just an old, cheap grocery store. But
is it one of those old grocery stores that smells like an old mom and pop grocery store?
It smells fine, I think. But yeah, it's definitely set up like an old grocery store. It's not updated in many ways. But
a lot of dim
everything's
lighting.
good. Yeah, everything's good, and it's way more inexpensive than most places.
Well, yeah, everywhere. You'll find yourself just dipping in for a couple of things. And I'm sure a lot of people have this experience. I can't tell you how many times either Gwen or I will come home and be like, well, I just spent $100.
Mm-hmm.
You dip in to get a couple of things.
It's
and
disgusting.
Even if you deviate off that list a little bit, you go to a place like Target or you go, it's real easy to walk out of there going, and then you go, what the hell did I buy?
Yeah.
You're emptying the bags out and you're like, there's a few things here, but holy cow.
I had a salad for lunch today.
What kind?
I made it. It was a salad bar salad.
Okay.
And
down here at Heinen's?
No, I went to Lucky's because they have a good salad bar, and it turned out to be like a $15 salad. I was like, damn, bitch!
Well, did you make it real heavy? They charge by weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't weigh it. I don't remember.
No, they put it. You put it on the scale
at the end.
Yeah.
I didn't put it on any scale.
Where did you check out?
Huh?
The checkout has a scale on it.
Okay. Well,
so you pay for
$15.
Teach this little boy how to be a man.
He will learn sooner. Well, it's like when I go to the hot bar down here at Heinen's. I'll get some chicken and vegetables. You go down the thing, They put the stuff in, and then they put it on the scale, and that's what prints out the UPC code to tell the person up front how much it costs. And they just scan it. It's really a nice, efficient little system that they've got. $15.
Yeah.
Wow. And it probably wasn't a heavy salad. Was it a lot of garbanzo beans, a lot of chickpeas in there? What was giving it the heft?
I had the lettuce, of course.
All that heavy lettuce.
Ham, chicken, croutons, broccoli.
Ham and chicken?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. Well, no wonder it was $15.
He wants the proteins.
That's heavy meats.
He wants some heavy meat salads.
Was it ham cubes?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love a good ham cube.
Those cubes, boy. So it's lettuce. It's heavy meat.
Croutons.
His meat, he is flopping all over the place in that salad. It's like his iPhone. And then croutons.
It's a privacy screen to eat a salad.
Because you want to make sure you've got bread in your salad. So croutons. And what else?
Yeah, croutons are so good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Are they? They taste
so
like
good.
styrofoam. They don't taste like anything.
What?
I don't understand the
No.
point of croutons.
Garlicky,
Marinate.
buttery croutons taste like something.
Okay.
You got to
And
let
that
them
crunch.
marinate.
You got to let it marinate in the dressing?
Yeah, because you put it in
You
the
drench your salad?
Not only do I drench it,
Oh.
I drench it, put it in the fridge, let it I don't like a lot of soggy things, but I can deal with soggy croutons. Just a little bit. Just let the moisture absorb into the croutons.
Just on the outer layer, then they
Yeah.
have a nice crunch on the inside still.
And then like the
Know what you're
salad.
doing.
I didn't realize there was so much work that went
Everything
into putting
blends
these
up.
together. You have to marinate your croutons?
I don't
Wow.
have to, but I did. It
Right.
tastes good. It was funny because I actually went live while I was eating said salad. It was tossing salad with Poundcake on my Instagram earlier.
Tossing
'Cause I had
salad.
to shake it
I'll
before
tell you
I
what,
ate it.
yeah, he stumbles into stuff, doesn't he? He's shopping for salad. He's like, I bet I could do something with this.
Mm-hmm.
And he did. Inspirato comes in the strangest times.
I did buy chips, and then I bought some yogurt, and it was like, "Hi, it's $22.50." I'm like, "Damn!"
Right. All right. Well, then it sounds like a heavy salad. I'm surprised it didn't cost more. 2 meats, heavy dressing, right? The dressing is
The dressing
liquid.
don't weigh anything.
You said you drench it. That's liquid.
but it
That's
doesn't
heavy.
weigh anything.
Yes,
You think liquid doesn't weigh anything?
It wasn't that much.
All right.
That's why you
You're
got
the one telling us that you drenched
yeah.
it. So
You
You
told
gotta
me
mix
it
it
was
around.
You told me it was $15.
I cover the top layer, and then you shake, make it go all around. It's not enough to accumulate on the bottom. It's just enough to get all the little.
But you know that
lettuce
it
wet.
weighs the same whether or not it's dispersed in
That
the
didn't
container.
contribute to it. That
It
wasn't a
didn't.
contributing
Okay.
factor.
Listen, I wasn't there. I'll take your word for it. I believe you. But it was good. You ate the whole thing?
Every bit, yeah.
Man, the ham and chicken.
Yeah.
That's a flex. Homie over here. Man. All right. Good job. I'm going to take a break. You know what $1,000 will get you? It'll get you a couple of salads. No matter where you want to shop for them. Shrinkflation, be damned. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I got a keyword for you. About 30 past every hour this afternoon. So the next one's coming up at 2:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Death. Join Payne, Lindsay, and guests as they discuss all things crime, life, mystery, and fun.
Are aliens real?
Based on everything I've learned, I think that the government knows something. I don't know if aliens are real, but I think there's something out there that they know.
Listen to Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes exactly, if I get it right on the nose. It's a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get it about a baker's dozen throughout the day, about 30 past the hour. So plenty of those coming for you. A lot of people with a lot of thoughts on the salad situation. I'm always fascinated by how people
what gets people riled up.
manifest things.
Yeah.
Well, to most people, a salad is meat-free.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say. Somebody else said, I'll have croutons marinated in dressing for a snack. Poundcake salad like that lady whose boyfriend put her dog in the freezer. Remember that?
Yeah.
Out in New Mexico?
He had her marinating in Italian dressing in the fridge.
In Italian dressing.
Italian dressing.
Mm-hmm, an Italian dressing. Out there in New Mexico, where, that was 10 years ago at least, they said, well, in New Mexico, it's legal to eat dog. We were talking yesterday about how South Korea, because of changing habits and culture and things like that, they have outlawed grooming dogs or raising dogs specifically to be eaten. Now, that won't go into effect for another 3 years, but it might surprise you to know that there are only 5 states in the U.S., 7, that have explicitly outlawed eating dog. So it's theoretically legal in every other state. Ohio is not one of those states. So I'm sure that it's frowned upon. I'm sure you can't go to a store and get it. But it is not, unless they've changed something here in Ohio. This looks like a relatively recent article, that it's still technically legal. California, Georgia, Hawaii, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, and Virginia are the only states that explicitly outlawed dog meat. So Mary can't even go get dog meat quiche or anything that you might want to eat. But listen, let Poundcake have his salads however he wants them. Now, a lot of people, they have all kinds of different ideas about what you should do.
Like?
Well, like I just said, to a lot of people, salad is considered meat-free.
Oh, I thought they were making, suggestions for the future salad. I'm like, ooh, what ingredients do you like?
I mean, Tia on the blacklist says, Alan, a salad is not a salad without croutons. A lot of people would agree with that. I'm not one of those people. I think the point of a salad is you're not putting bread in it. It's like when I moved to Pittsburgh, they put French fries on salads.
Perfect.
And I didn't understand what was going on because I wasn't down with, I knew nothing about the local culinary culture. And so I thought she had made a mistake. That would be a really weird mistake to make, but I was eating at 2 a.m. or whatever. And she brought it over and I said, I ordered a salad. Thinking, I don't know what I thought was happening. And she goes, yeah. Because it's not on the menu, right? Comes with fries. It's just assumed because that's what they do. I just didn't know that. I was brand new in town. Those are the interesting things to learn.
I'm proud of the little strides I make to step out of my comfort zone because I've actually grown to enjoy Caesar dressing. I used to hate Caesar dressing. As a kid, I put Caesar dressing in the same category with blue cheese, like disgusting dressings that don't have any place in the world at all.
In the world. In the entire world.
Yeah. Let alone, in a food pyramid. But Caesar dressing, okay. It's okay now.
When I worked fine dining 30 plus years ago, I had to make tableside Caesar salads. And when Gwen and I went to Vegas this past summer, one night we had dinner at a place and we ordered the Caesar and they make them tableside. And I'm like, man, I haven't seen this. Because it's just not really done anymore. It's time-consuming. It's just they want to put on a show. It's Vegas, and it's a thing. I guess it's a nice added little thing. But it's extraordinarily rare that you'll go even to a nice restaurant, and they'll make the Caesar salad right there. There's just no point. But, in the late 80s, and I'm working fine dining, like you had to bring the cart to the table.
Such a
They want to, the lemon juice and the oil and the egg, and they want to see you do the whole thing. And so I kind of was joking with the guy. I go, now I used to have to do this. So if you got any new tricks, you better clue me into it. But
and he's probably like, oh, cool.
Yeah, he was. He's just like, just let me
okay,
do this.
dude.
Well, whatever.
I can't remember
Just
the
sit
last
down.
time.
He's like, this takes so much time, and it's so annoying.
And now he's being quietly judged by me.
I can remember the last time.
Doing it before he was born.
Someone brought a salt and pepper shaker, and did it for me at the table. I'm like, what? Why are you doing that? It's happened like once or twice just in my life, but it's so unnecessary.
They're like, fresh pepper? You like it a pepper?
Like no one's gonna know the difference. Or if you are,
well,
you're
fresh
a snob.
pepper though,
You're a snob
you
if you notice.
What? You don't like the pepper shaker or the pepper mill?
But I don't think anyone's tasting like this is not fresh pepper. Like you didn't just make this in the back. Like if you notice that, then you are a snob when it comes to eating.
No, they're not making the pepper in the back, right?
Well, what is fresh pepper?
It's pepper grounds in the grinder.
But okay.
So they grind it rather than
it's freshly ground.
But
freshly
no one's
ground
know the
pepper.
difference is what I'm saying.
Maybe. You might be right.
No one's going to know the difference.
I'm kind of with Poundcake on this one where
if you notice a difference, you're a snob. That means you're paying so close attention to the condiments that it doesn't even matter what the food tastes like.
I would say the only difference is it's less finely ground. So it's probably just a texture thing. You're right. It's not so much of a taste thing.
Yeah.
But if you have like a pepper shaker at home, I think that's way more finely ground than a pepper mill.
Yeah.
And some people like kind of a chunkier pepper, I guess.
a chunky pepper.
Chunky boy pepper.
I haven't put pepper on anything. Like I don't add salt to anything.
I don't either.
Or pepper. Like those are useless. I don't even have a salt and pepper shaker at my house.
You can always tell.
What do you make yourself at home? Because I know you eat out a lot. Like you do
I don't
a lot
eat
of
out a
takeout.
lot.
He doesn't know because he's poor. No.
Okay. Well, what do you like? What's
He's going grocery shopping.
What's a regular pound cake meal that you eat at home that you make for yourself?
A wrap. Like I get a rotisserie chicken and meal prep it the entire week. It's either chicken and rice, chicken in a wrap, a chicken salad, something that I can easily make. Sometimes I have steak strips, and then I'll incorporate that into something. But
and you'll cook the steak?
No.
Oh, you just buy pre-made cooked.
Yes.
So.
Is it safe
so
to say
everything's pretty much already made?
Yeah, you're not cooking anything,
no,
right?
I don't cook anything. In fact, I didn't know that I made pizza one time, obviously store-bought pizza, but I had to use the oven for the first time, and it wasn't until like a month in that I found out that my oven makes a noise when you close the door. So, like, I put it in the oven, and it's fine opening it up, but when you close it, it's like,
it creaks, you mean? Like it's an old rusty
It's
stove.
super loud.
Like an ironing board.
I'm like, whoa, what is that? So I was doing it again, so it sounded like like aliens were invading us for, like, a straight 5 minutes, because I was just seeing it like, oh, maybe if I just add some oil to it, it'll go away. And then I thought about, maybe adding oil to an oven probably wouldn't be the best idea. So I just left it alone.
It still squeaks.
Yeah, it still squeaks.
Yeah. Well, we have a pizza stone somewhere, and now that I have this Traeger grill, Gwen's always trying to get on me to like, let's make our own pizza. Let's make our own pizza. Ugh, I don't understand this obsession with making your own pizza.
Because it's neat. Like
it's
fun. Yeah,
I've done it before. It's fine. It's just like
kids are really gonna like that.
There's a billion. Well, yeah, no, for our kid, yeah, but it's just she and I. Like, there's a billion places making pizza better than I ever could. So
I really love Humble's Pizza, and they do it right in front of you at the little bar.
That's fine. But that's why people go, so they don't have to do it. I'm like trying to kick this can down the road because I know I'm eventually going to have to do it.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably a bitch to clean.
Well, the pizza stone, it's probably you just put the dough on the thing and then you do it like you normally would, and you put it on the grill and you go to town. You let it sit. I don't think it's labor intensive really, but I guess I don't understand the point. Making your own pizza.
I think it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, some people are into it. Some people are way into it.
I was going to say, if you're going to heat up pizza in the oven, might as well it be your pizza and you control the portion sizes. You don't ever have to argue with, they don't have the ingredients that I like. You can get artichoke, you can get,
Yeah, no,
whatever
you can.
want.
If you have some weird stuff you like, I guess that would make more sense.
Artichoke or
somebody's like,
anchovies.
I only like, I like sardines and artichokes, but I don't like any of those. Sardines I like.
It just
not on pizza.
at that point it's just a hobby. Like you want to learn how to make pizzas good at home, and that's.
But it's great for
I'm starting to
hosting
get
a
it
game.
because I just got like a coffee grinder and a pour-over coffee carafe and all this stuff, and I'm trying to learn to make good coffee at home. So if you want to do that with a homemade pizza oven and pizza stone and stuff like that, have at it.
I mean, you should talk to Nolan. I think he makes coffee at home. He does some hoity-toity thing.
I got I tried it and I put it on my story today, and somebody hit me up. They're like, "I'll teach you how to do it." So I'm going.
Well, you got a French press, or what are you working with?
It's pour over carafe.
I see.
You grind it up and then you pour the water over it and you do little circles and then you wait a little bit and then you pour a little more.
Oh,
it takes time, but the first time I did it, it was not good. But the second time it was much better. So I'll learn some tricks from an actual like a coffee specialist from my buddy's restaurant, and he's gonna give me some tips, and hopefully I'll learn how to make good coffee.
Well,
it did make me take a huge dump, so it did work.
Oh, well, it is a laxative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's weird is I have a bunch of like appliances that I don't have room for, nor do I use because I don't buy enough food to use them. Like I got a smoothie maker or a blender, not a smoothie maker, but I use it for smoothies. A microwave, an air fryer, a crock pot. What is that? Toaster oven. Like I have all these appliances and they're just sitting in boxes because I'm like, I don't have the room for this. I'm gonna blow a fuse trying to plug all these things in. So my
don't have the counter space.
Yeah, no, and like my mom was like, "Oh, you're gonna love that." She got me an air fryer for Christmas. She's like, "You're gonna love it. Just all the food that you would normally put in the microwave, just put it in the air fryer. It tastes so much better." I'm like, "Okay," and
takes longer though.
I haven't used it yet.
Not that long though.
I mean, it's just a convection. It's tiny convection oven.
Yeah, but it's faster than because the preheat is faster on it. So
faster than an oven.
But
not faster than a microwave.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're really that pressed for time,
it is much better. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. We make a lot of stuff in the air fryer.
I'm a big fan of the air fryer.
Yeah, those are good. Let me give you $1,000 here as promised, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. A chance for you to grab $1,000. So I hope that you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you want to leave us messages, you can drop them for us on the iHeartRadio app. There's a talkback button there you can use. You can just as easily call our after hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Hey, guys. You know Poundcake's eating that whole order. He was backpedaling on the calories and whatnot. And, Alan, it's not 1,800 calories. That milkshake was probably 1,800 calories, and then all the other stuff. I'm not eating that whole chicken.
Oh, he's talking about your Chick-fil-A from yesterday.
Yeah, my Chick-fil-A
order.
order.
I didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
And
Chick-fil-A order, right?
Why would I lie about it? No, if I had the room,
I believe you
to eat it all, I would. But I get a large fry, a large milkshake.
Okay, so this is what I was going to ask you, because yesterday I said you're talking about an 1,800 calorie order in one sitting.
Sure.
But it turns out that I probably undershot because you said you get two chicken sandwiches.
I get a spicy chicken and a regular chicken.
Okay, those are $4.40 a piece, so that's $8.80.
Mm-hmm.
The small chocolate shake, which you just said you do not get.
No, I get a large.
The small is 600 calories.
Uh-huh.
And the medium fry,
I get a large fry.
Large fry. The medium fry is $4.20. So I undershot because that's 1,900 calories. So what you're eating is north of 2,000.
Definitely north of 2,000 because I get probably about 4 or 5 Chick-fil-A sauces, and each of those is like 200 calories a piece just for the little.
So it's like a 2,500 calorie meal.
1,000 calories worth of sauce.
Jesus.
You want to talk about something being smothered in sauce? That will add some weight to my sandwich. Just drip it all off, and it's disgusting.
That'll add some weight to everything.
Yeah.
Wow. But those are your calories for the day.
I know. That's why.
Like if that's
all
that's
all he eats the whole day. That's fine.
Yeah.
It is?
That's why I get a large meal because I'm like, say if I go to Chick-fil-A usually in the evening.
So you won't eat be honest, you won't eat all day until you have that at night. First of all, that's the worst time you could eat that.
No, like what I do is if I go to Chick-fil-A after work, which a lot of times I do, or it's on a Saturday. If it's on a Saturday, then yes, that will be my meal all day because I'll put the fridge. I don't like fries in the refrigerator, so I'll eat the fries now, and I'll have probably the sandwich, and I'll eat the milkshake. So that's already over 1,000 calories right there. So I have left the spicy chicken sandwich and then all the Chick-fil-A sauce. And then that's all I have as like a snack later in the day. But in the evening, I'll just have that whatever I have left over for breakfast the next day. So I'm not eating it all in one sitting. But it doesn't matter. You're talking about 3,000 calories versus 1,500. Like
1,800 is what I initially thought, and then I was like, I gotta look into this
because
I'm like, I guarantee he's not getting that tiny kid's shake.
No, absolutely not. Why would I do that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe
that's a waste.
Well, listen, there are people who eat that kind of food, but still in their brain they go, I'd like to keep it under a certain number. So they might go for the small shake, or they might go for the kiddie fries. Or
when
whatever,
I go and get things,
I know you want to go all in,
but I get large because it justifies. I'm like, if I'm gonna kill a tree, I'm gonna make sure I get full use of that tree, like all the paper and all the stuff it takes to wrap it. I'm like, no, getting a small is a waste. You get it large for some reason in my mind. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not chopping off a piece of the tree. I'm chopping down the whole tree for all the packaging that it takes for this.
So you come up with reasons to rationalize rather than just going, I'm going to do what I want to do.
And the trees are part of it.
The trees are part.
It's bad for the environment. Like,
if I don't get a large, it's not good for the environment.
If this bag is not full, then I'm wasting a bag. Like, you know.
And this bag, it's a waste if this bag is half full. It needs to be completely full of food.
You're wasting that bag, and it's good. You know, it's not gonna be recycled because there's grease stains all over it. So they're just gonna throw it out. So at least I'm getting full use. The bag has to be hefty. It has to be heavy.
Yeah.
But no, over the course of like a day and a half, I will finish the rest of my Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A doesn't last in my house like a weekend. That's not a thing. Like, you have Chick-fil-A to start your day on Saturday. Sunday when it's closed, I will have whatever I have left over for breakfast that Sunday.
Breakfast.
Yeah, because sometimes I'll get like some chicken nuggies, and I'll get like a large chicken nugget, and I don't know, it's like, what, 10 or 12 chicken nuggets. Those things are bomb, you know, with the Chick-fil-A sauce, and it's a nice little, protein for breakfast.
Chicken nuggets are my breakfast protein.
When I used to work from home, I would work remote, and I would Uber Eats Chick-fil-A, and I would get their chicken nuggets with their hash browns, because their hash browns are little round things. And they almost look like little tokens. I'm like, these little brown tokens are just so damn good. And I would get a large thing of those.
Brown tokens? The least appetizing way to describe them.
Yeah, that's what they called him in Oberlin.
Yeah. I got to take Whoopsie for a walk so she can make some little brown tokens.
Wow. So whereas some people might go, well, this is what I'll have for breakfast. This is what I'll have for lunch. You'll have you'll order a bunch of food and then spread it out over.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty common for people to do.
Because I'm like, it's
and it is the way to go to make sure you smash the fries, because fries don't reheat.
Those Chick-fil-A fries, like, that's with anything though. Like, if I get McDonald's fries, those are the first thing I eat because they get cold the fastest and they don't reheat well. Everything else I can manage. Like a Big Mac, I could leave it on the table and not refrigerate it.
You can leave it out there for a week and it'll be the same.
Still edible. Not good edible, but you can still digest it and it will look the same. Fries will not. They'll be hard.
The physics of French fries are very interesting because even if they make them fresh, you'll get them blazing hot and then they're ice cold in about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
I still think Chick-fil-A has the best fries.
Never had them. I've only ever had a chicken sandwich there. The revolutionary. They put a pickle on it. Who would have thought of that?
It's not the pickle. It's the way it's fried. Like, it's different. It's crispy, but it's like still juicy. It's not the same.
I don't know. I like that Popeyes chicken sandwich.
Not the same. It's too crispy.
I like the crispy. I mean, the Chick-fil-A one's fine, but as far as fries go around here, there were some Mr. Hero gift cards out. Like, buy one, get one free, so I grabbed one of those. Mr. Hero.
I have yet to eat Mr. Hero.
You need to try Mr. Hero.
I've been here for 14 years.
That's
what everybody keeps telling me.
It's time.
Yeah,
Have some Mr. Hero.
The only chicken place I think that can rival Chick-fil-A is the one downtown Lakewood. I think is it Mr. Chicken or something?
No, it's not Mr. Chicken. It's what is it called?
I have to look it up.
It's down here?
Yeah, it's downtown.
You're talking
Lakewood.
about Dave's?
Dave's Hot Chicken? Yeah, that was really good. But again, their fries, they're crinkle
crinkle
fries.
cut, yeah.
And I'm like,
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, no, but their chicken, I'm like, you guys are damn close. You guys are pretty good. And their sauce is pretty good.
You fill out their comment card and tell them where they could improve.
Dave's Hot Chicken is the truth.
I like the fresh cut fries, too, like Five Guys fries. Those are the best. Those are good.
Alan, if you think Poundcake's Chick-fil-A order is bad, check out my Arby's order.
Let's hear it.
1 double beef and cheddar.
Yeah.
Fries. Jalapeno poppers, Reuben sandwich, and a pop.
Okay, let's go.
I like how
that's 6,000 calories. Let's do it.
That wasn't an order. That's my order, he says.
That's his order.
Check out my order. You just pull up and
Did
they're
he say
like,
sizes?
Sizes?
I'm just going to assume they're all big,
Yeah.
whatever the largest
He's
is.
a double XL, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Double beef and cheddar. Fries, jalapeno poppers, Reuben sandwich, and a pop. I love it. The only thing that makes Chick-fil-A different is that their breading is half powdered sugar. Hey, that's a pretty sweet hack if that's true. I don't know about that, but I mean, that's smart. Everybody's trying to figure out how to get an edge. You know, you have these food scientists, right? My buddy Steve Schmoller, that was his CV, was being a food scientist. These people who know exactly how things work to make your brain fire a certain way or make something taste a certain way, and it's big business, boy. I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. You can watch live if you like at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
In a little while from now, if I'm not feeling any less sound, I promise myself to treat myself and visit a nearby tower. And climbing to the top, will throw myself off in an effort to make clear to whoever what it's like when you're shattered, left standing in the lurch at a church where people are saying, my God, that's tough. She stood him up. No point in us remaining. We may as well go home as I did on my own, alone again. Naturally, to think that only yesterday.
This was a huge, huge song 50 years ago. Gilbert O'Sullivan was the artist. I think people know this song, right? You don't hear it often, but
I don't think I know this.
Alone Again, Naturally, is a massive, it was like a #1 hit around the world for a month and a half.
I missed that month and a half.
In 1972. Irish singer who had a big old hit with this. Interestingly, by the way, this song was the precedent for the court decision that you can't sample music without paying the artist. Biz Markie, I think in the early 90s, had maybe late 80s, Biz Markie had sampled Alone Again Naturally. And Gilbert O'Sullivan took him to court and said that's copyright infringement, sampling. For a long time before that, they would just grab little bits and bobs of people's music and use it. But I think Gilbert O'Sullivan was the one that started getting people paid. Anyway, I thought of this song because somebody said that Cleveland is among the loneliest cities in America.
Yeah, I saw this article, and then the requirements for what makes someone were really stupid.
Well, I don't agree with the premise.
Yeah.
Well, again, it depends on who's doing the survey, and I think it's just a real estate company, right?
Mhm.
They were just going by cities that have the most number of people living by themselves.
Right. Which doesn't make you lonely.
No, I think it's a clickbait
You can just
headline,
afford to live by yourself in Cleveland, where you can't do that in a lot of other cities.
Tell me about it.
Well, but it just proves how great living alone is. Because it doesn't matter where you live. Doesn't matter if you're living in Cleveland, Chicago, Dallas, New York. There's no city where living alone is more cost effective. It's always cheaper to live with somebody else. So that just goes to show you how great it is to live alone. People are like, I'll pay a little bit more if I can live by myself.
It's the best.
So, but using that metric, they said that Cleveland is on this list of cities that have the most people living by themselves. And I say, bravo, Cleveland. Good for you. Cleveland is the only city in the top 5 that has seen a decrease of people living alone. So there are more,
Well, rent is going up. So
rent's going
I
up.
think there's more people like, hey, let's do a roommate thing. People are getting booed up. It was only like a 1% swing.
Season.
Yeah.
It's only 1%.
I mean, I will tell you, me living alone, I probably wouldn't have lived alone had I lived alone at least one other time in my life. Because I had never experienced it, I did feel like, am I going to be...
You should try it.
35, 36 years old without ever paying my own bills. But now that I've done it, I'm like, this is for the birds. I'm okay with shacking up with someone or doing a roommate thing again. I just want to show that I could do it, and then I'm like, okay, I'm over it.
This was Chamber of Commerce, their website. The top 10 loneliest cities based on who's living alone. D.C. is #1, and then it's Birmingham, Alabama, St. Louis, Atlanta, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati.
I'm surprised some of those other cities are on the list because it's not cheap to live in Atlanta or D.C.
That's what I'm saying. It's not cheaper to live by yourself anywhere.
Right.
So these are people that are like, I want to live. I will go the extra mile to have my own spot. Nationwide, about 37 million people live alone, about 28% of all households. And it's increased by 5 million people over the last decade. So more and more people are like, I'm going to do my own thing. You know? It's probably a rise primarily in females. Who knows? But yeah, I think on principle, the premise that if you're alone, you are lonely. Now, there are some people.
I just hit 4 years living in my condo. Just over 4 years back in November. And
feels like longer than that.
It's been nice.
Squifle Tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
It's been pretty good.
I mean, you've had
I've
some
had
temporary
stints of-
cohabitation
yes,
along
but-
the way.
Yeah, but overall, alone. Me and the dog. That's nice.
That's right.
It's been nice.
Well, some people are unable to exist alone with their own thoughts, and that drives them nuts for one reason or another.
My thoughts are my living. Give me my thoughts.
Let me sit neck deep in my thoughts.
Yeah, I got to get deep in my thoughts.
Yeah.
My
People
thoughts- that's what we do. We share our thoughts.
Yes. People who can't be by themselves make me nervous. I'm like, it's what? They're just terrified to be by themselves.
Codependent.
Oh, I don't even, I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, there's people who they just constantly have to be, and they're like, I'm an extrovert. I'm like, there are plenty of people who are extroverts, but they're okay when they're by themselves. And there's no one.
I got my time when I like to be with people, and I got my time when I like to be alone.
Yeah.
And I like being alone.
Yeah.
I just don't like everything. I like being alone. I like being left alone. I don't like being responsible for other stuff. Like, being alone comes with your own bills, your own furniture,
No, I don't mind
your
that.
own laundry.
But not having to
buying your
rely
own-
on somebody else is so nice.
I mean,
so Poundcake.
Now I do have a
like-
cleaning lady, so like I get that. Like I enjoy having my house cleaned by somebody else. That's nice.
You're a job creator.
Yes.
Cody, what you're saying is you'd like someone to pay the bills, but leave you alone while they do it?
He wants to be a kept man. He's talked
I
about that
mean,
many times.
I guess that would be everyone's dream, but I would like to be left alone while someone else takes care of all of my responsibilities.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what you mean?
Right.
But,
But that's a fantasy land that you're living in.
like, well, there's plenty of sugar babies out there.
But you're not one of them.
Oh, the
I understand that, but
sugar
it's-
baby economy is strong these days.
I would say it's not like a fantasy. Like, plenty of people live that life. It's not super rare. They got some rich guy who has a
but
bunch
it's
of properties.
it's still rare.
He's like, hey, I have an apartment building, and one of the apartments are vacant. Do you
How
wanna-
many people do you know who are being taken care of by
Completely.
by a rich older person?
Completely, I don't know anybody that's completely taken care of.
That's
I
what I'm
know,
saying.
I know
That's-
someone they get like a little here and there, but no one like the complete. This man handles everything for me.
Well,
I
then
don't
no
know.
one, no one
Yeah.
that's not married. No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you say it's not rare, I'm saying yes, it is rare. Just anecdotally. None of us know anybody that's doing that, and that's just a small sample size. But
Okay, bitch, pick a bill. Like, you could pay my phone bill, you could pay my car note, you could pay electricity is my
You
cheapest.
just had you got someone trying to do something for you, and you're all skeptical of it, so you wouldn't even be able to do it.
That's no, hell no. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't trust people. Like,
I don't trust people, but I want them to pay my bills and leave me alone.
Well, someone that I know. I got to meet you in person.
I understand.
Like, you don't know. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, let me take care of you and then give me your social security number. Like, well, no, give me the money first, homie.
Give me your what sugar daddy goes, give me your social security number. That's part of the
I
deal?
want to know how much debt you have that I have to pay off. And I'm like, oh, okay.
But don't you just tell them?
But he got to, if he has to fix it, how's he supposed to pay all my, he has to look up my
Your
record.
credit score?
Yeah, my credit score.
Oh, I didn't know you were dating Carfax.
And
I thought you were just trying to find somebody who's... Well, I have a feeling that a situation like that might present itself for you would come with more compromises than maybe you're willing to make.
Understood. That's why
I think there are a lot of compromises in that arrangement.
That's why I have to pay my own bills, but I'm not happy about it. Like, I'm doing
Nobody's
it,
happy paying bills.
but that's what I'm saying. I do it, but because I'm doing it, I feel like it's my right to complain because that would be great. Like
And you love complaining too.
I told you, it's a part of my nature. You can't have me and not complain. Even if everything in my life was perfect, I would complain that everything in my life is perfect. I'm like, everything's boring. Like,
why is that though? But why is that?
Like, I don't get a commercial. I'm not starving.
Surely you've wondered why that is.
I don't get a commercial. He sees the kids. They're like, for $1 a day, you can help these kids. He's like, come on, I've got a commercial.
They get on TV like that's a nationally syndicated commercial.
Yeah, and if you moved to Ethiopia, I'm sure somebody would be happy to take care of you for 19 cents a day. Maybe you're shooting too high. Why don't you give somebody that situation? Say, you can sponsor this 31-year-old man for 19 cents a day.
Who's posting me on their fridge? Probably nobody.
Oh, you're on my fridge.
What picture am I on your
No,
fridge?
I'm just kidding. My fridge can't hold magnets.
Yeah, it's my nature. Like, I don't mean anything by it. Like, it's just... I have to complain because when I see the world,
But you don't.
I do.
There's no upside to complaining.
Yes, it is.
There isn't.
It's good for my mental health.
It's not.
Letting it out, you want me to hold it in?
But what do you mean letting it out?
I let out all my frustrations.
It's the pathology of constantly complaining. That's not good for you because you always see everything as half full or half empty, rather. Well, you don't see anything half full. Everything is half empty.
If it's going to take years off my life, then I just wasn't fit for natural selection. Because there people telling me that. I'm like,
but what
okay,
is the
so
point of it? But what is the point of it?
What is the point of anything? What's the point of small talk?
Well, there's point. Everyone's behavior has a point. So whether you know it or not, what's the point of complaining about everything?
I don't know.
Because it can't make people around you feel good. It can't make. You're not going to convince me it makes you feel good to complain about everything, because you can complain but then change anything.
But then but me holding it in, then I'm going to complain and not being able to complain.
But do you work to change it?
Well, what would that look like?
This would be a question for your therapist.
Then I'm complaining that I have to pay a therapist.
What do people?
Therapists don't really care about me.
What do people complain about?
Everything.
Well, no, you do. But what are some big things people complain about? I don't make enough money.
I don't make enough money. I'm not appreciated.
So what do you do to change those things? When people complain, obviously they're unhappy about something, but just complaining doesn't do anything.
And then you complain about the sacrifices you had to make in order to make the money that
you
wanted.
didn't have to make any sacrifices.
I'm saying once you come up. What?
Right, but that's the climb. Sacrifices you made, yes, but the end result is what you wanted. There's nothing that doesn't come without sacrifices.
Well, that's
nothing.
Cool.
Nothing
well, that's
good.
Cool. That's not fair.
Who said? It's like I'm talking to my daughter at home.
But
I go, honey, the world doesn't care about you. We think that you're lovely and smart as a whip.
You tell your daughter that the world doesn't care about you.
Yes, that's what you tell a child. We love you and we want you. Well, that's probably not what I was told either. But you learn real quick. The world doesn't care about you, so you've got to get out there and show them why they should.
I was told that.
There's nothing. The fair has got nothing to do with anything. There's no such thing as fair.
I was told that if I was kind to everybody, I do right, I don't
That's
steal.
A good start.
Everything, my life would be smooth sailing. It's going to be real easy.
No, you were never told that. Your mom's too smart for that. Your mom busts her ass. She's a nurse. I guarantee she never told you, if you're nice to everybody, everything will work out.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I was told it from my mom.
Oh, who told you that?
I don't remember.
Teletubbies?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you do.
I was just being, I was told if you were a good person, you would get your good karma. Life would be smooth sailing. You'll get yourself a good, God-fearing man.
Well, you're throwing a whole bunch of things in there that don't have anything to do with, I mean, if you believe, like I don't believe in karma, but there's no downside to being a kind person. I know a lot of people mistake kindness for weakness, but that's their problem. But, complaining can't make you feel good.
Well, because it gives them something to do rather than having to actually change something and actually have to do something.
There have been
that's like a whole thing where people that complain do that instead of actually taking action, and it releases similar endorphins, and so they go.
There have been
You know what I was told? Done. You know what I was told as a kid by my dad? Never complain, never explain. That was his motto. Never complain, never explain.
Yeah, where did that get him? Dead.
Shut up, Bill. See? So maybe he was a little bit off. He only lived to 77.
There have been jobs that I've taken where I didn't complain at the time. Like, I'm not going to complain on the job. But as soon as I leave, I'm like,
Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying I don't ever complain. I'm just saying that complaining for its own sake, that can't be good for your brain. That can't be good for your mental health.
Oh.
When all you do is complain.
I didn't say it's all I do.
You said you complain about everything. You
Yes,
said
but that's not all I do.
You said even if things were going great, I'd complain that they weren't going better or something.
I would complain that everything is too perfect and I'm bored.
Too perfect. Yeah. Everything's too perfect. Yeah, that's not
I nitpick.
That's not fun to hang around somebody doing that. Somebody who's on a beach on vacation like
I need like-minded people.
Sucks.
People who also complain. I'm like, bitch, me too. Can you believe that my champagne was not at the right temperature?
What is proper I don't know this. What is proper champagne temperature?
32 degrees Fahrenheit.
30 degrees Fahrenheit. Wouldn't it be solid or
30,
no?
32.
It probably doesn't freeze, right? The alcohol. Oh, wow. So 32.
It needs to the glass just needs to be just
0
cold
centigrade.
enough.
That's what you want for your champagne.
Here's what a message that I just got from one of our customers.
Blah, 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 blah.
Every time Cody opens his mouth about what he thinks it means to be in a relationship, it makes me strive to be a better person.
See?
You're helping people out. See? Don't complain about that. You're helping people out.
What did I say about being in a relationship? I said if I was a nice person and do good things, then God will send me a God-fearing man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's not saying who I am as a person. Like, I didn't say I'm going to cheat on people or something.
They're not saying that.
But what did I say about a relationship?
I think they're throwing in all of your character traits that would make you a difficult person to have a relationship
Well, just be a better person in general and don't worry about being in a relationship. That's someone, see, I would complain about that right there. I'm like, ooh, you need validation. You need therapy, homie. You don't love yourself as a whole. And you're looking at me too hard.
Oh, man. Somebody got to make you into a man. What's the matter with that? Alan, my mirror told me I'm the fairest of them all. See? Poundcake's got one of those, too.
Yeah, it's dirty. I need to clean it, though.
Your mirror's dirty?
Yeah.
You got to get some Glass Plus.
I can't believe there's no one around in my apartment to clean my mirror. I have to clean
You
my
want a
mirrors
cleaning
myself.
lady? I got one. I can hook you up.
How much does she cost?
For you? Double.
Well, it's funny. There's some advertisement for some app or something where it'll send. It's like Uber for house cleaners.
Yeah.
They're like, sign up and get your first house cleaning for $19, which sounds great, but every subsequent cleaning, it costs more money because you're trying to pay these people.
Yeah.
It sounds they're trying to lure you in with $19, but holy cow, that can't be fun. But that is one of those little things that if you can do it, it's nice to do.
Yeah.
To have somebody come to your house and clean. Yeah, that's.
There's no point in my apartment because I don't have that much stuff, and the only
They could
thing-
throw all of your garbage bags in one corner with your clothes in it.
I was gonna say my garbage bags has clothes in them that I actually wear, and unless she's a walk-in bank that she could just wash all my clothes, then I don't need any cleaning lady.
When we were talking about your 3,000 calorie dinner or whatever, somebody texted me and said, when my wife and daughter go out of town, I eat an entire McDonald's family meal.
Oh, yeah.
And I said,
you get that box, you get the Cas box or whatever they got.
Well, I wrote them back. I said, what's in that? Two Big Macs, 2 cheeseburgers, 10-piece nugget, and 4 small fries.
Yep. I've gotten that before in
I'm
college.
like, you eat all of it?
And they do.
He said, wife and it's a guy. I absolutely smash it in one sitting.
Yeah.
Fries first. He's got an order. So 4 small fry, that's probably the same as 2 large maybe. Fries first, then the cheeseburgers, then the Big Macs, and then the nuggets.
Yep. It was a good deal. It like
you take a dump like 5 days later.
When I was in college, that meal was what,
5 minutes later.
It was $30 for a dinner box. It was
No, they were like ridiculously cheap.
It was cheap.
No, it was like 17. Like when they first came out, they were like $17 or $18. Like
because I ate off of it for days in college.
I would get it just because it would be cheaper than getting like 2 meals. So I'd just be like, all right, well.
Get the dinner box. You got 2 Big Macs, 2 cheeseburgers.
My ex-girlfriend would eat 1 cheeseburger and a French fry, and then I'd eat the rest.
So unhealthy. Yeah, I don't even know how
so
many calories
terrible.
that was.
Oh, it's so many calories. But who cares?
So
Doesn't count if you're.
that's a guy who like can't wait until the next time his wife and his kids go out of town. Honey, what are you doing while we're gone? Nothing. I'm gonna sit around the house and I'm gonna work.
Try and eat myself to death. That's what
I'm gonna work this off. If you guys come home in the next couple of days and you open the front door and you hear flies buzzing,
My heart exploded.
Just know I died doing what I loved.
Tread lightly. He's got empty French fry papers all around him and nugget sauce. I've got to take another break here. If you want $1,000, I've got that for you at 3:30. Next keyword for you to grab a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Got a couple of tickets for you right after the break. If you want to go see the band Say Anything, they're on their 20th anniversary tour. It gets them here mid-May to the House of Blues.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.
Radio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
All right, you dig the band Say Anything. 20 years ago, they put out an album called Is a Real Boy. And so they're touring in support of the 20th anniversary of that album. Tuesday night, May 14th. It's going to be Say Anything. I'm not sure who's with them. But they're your headliner at the House of Blues here around the corner. Ticketmaster.com's got the details for you. If you want to buy tickets there, you can get them. If you want to win them, be caller 10. 2 for Say Anything. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Death is a touchy subject. Unless you're killing all your time with this, then just keep touching.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS. 25 years or so ago, you could not go anywhere without hearing this song. Prodigy had a huge few years. When Fat of the Land came out, late 90s, they were right place at the right time. They were already a few albums in, but they were kind of more of like a straight-ahead drum and bass band. And then they got some new people in the band, and it was just at the right time, man, and they were just on fire.
Music video was revolutionary.
Yeah.
It was...
Now, Keith Flint killed himself a few years ago. He was the guy with the piercings and the weird hair, and he was the guy that sang all the songs. He was pretty much the face of that band. So after he hanged himself, they didn't put out any new music, but they are still a band. And what better way to get yourself back into the news and have people start paying attention to whatever it is you might be doing than to say that you're going to change the lyrics to that song? I don't know why. I don't know what precipitated this. Liam Howlett has been the longtime guy behind the band, but most people associated them with Keith Flint. Smack My Bitch Up, even at the time, even in the late 90s, they got all kinds of pushback on that song. They said it's not about domestic violence, and anybody who thinks that it is stupid and blah, 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 as though we're supposed to know what you're thinking. We don't know what you wrote the song about, but it's undeniably a banger. They're touring Europe. They're going to do a couple of nights in London. And they said that they are changing the lyrics 26 years after it came out. Don't know why.
What are they changing them to?
They're just going to repeat that first line twice. They're going to say, they're going to replace Smack My Bitch Up with Change My Pitch Up again. I seem to remember just within a couple of years of that song coming out, there were people making their own edits. I remember there were some radio stations that were doing that felt uncomfortable with, and so they just...
Share my catch up. So many things you can do with it. It's very...
But why now?
Scheme.
Why now? Like, it's 26 years old. Representatives for the band declined to comment. Well, you put the story out there. I didn't even know you guys were still around, quite frankly. They haven't done new music in 5 or 6 years. It was once voted the most controversial song of all time. Boy, that must be by somebody who hasn't heard a lot of songs, if that's the most controversial song of all time. And they got...
That's like the type of person that's like, Drake made it okay to sing about sad things.
Right. There's multi-generational appeal here. But the timing is strange. I don't understand it, and they're not saying anything, so I don't know. But I remember when that song came out, they were taking a lot of heat from their peers but they pushed back at the time. They said, listen, this song is not about that, and even if it was, some people theorized it was a heroin reference. Some people, they weren't sure. And the band was being pretty coy about it other than to push back on the criticism. But if you're gonna push back then, what are you doing now? Other than just letting people know you're still out there. This just tells me they're probably just dropping new music. And they're getting the pump primed. But back in 97, they couldn't have bought that kind of press. You know, Tori Amos and the Beastie Boys and the National Organization for Women. Mind you, the Beastie Boys were just a few years away from having their own problems along those lines. You know, that really early Beastie Boys. Ew, yikes. So they had their own period of atonement, I guess. And there were a couple of chain stores that wouldn't carry the album. That just made people want it more when the Prodigy dropped this. But because it was still massive. But 26 years later, for whatever reason, they're going to release the song and change the lyrics. And not even change them. Just repeat the one line. Not even change them.
And if you're going to a Prodigy concert or to see the Prodigy, and you're not on a copious amount of drugs, then you're doing it wrong anyway. So I imagine the people that are there will be on a good amount of drugs and won't notice.
Yeah, maybe. So the Prodigy, though, they were really credited with taking what had been underground music and making it mainstream. And there were a lot of DJs and artists in kind of that post-grunge era, pre-nu metal, where, you know, electronic music was really having its heyday with kind of a rock vibe to it.
I mean, it paved the way for some amazing soundtracks for The Matrix and Fight Club and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Very thankful for that.
But 26 years later, think about that. So now you have to imagine in 2024, what is a song in 2050 that the lyrics will be changed? Won't that be 26 years hence? Or am I getting my math wrong? It'd be 2050, right? 26 years from now?
Yeah. So 2050, what would they change? Well, I got to first know what songs. What's the Doja Cat song about being a cow?
I'm a cow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to have to change that one.
What? That's how she blew up? It's called Moo.
Yeah, because she's going to moo. I'm a cow.
Yeah.
And it's going to. And then
bitch, I'm a cow. Bitch, I'm a cow.
Yeah, she's going to not going to be able to say, bitch, I'm a cow.
Is this body shaming?
Well, it's body shaming. It's cow culture.
But that's
cultural appropriation of cows.
Bovine appropriation.
Yeah.
But that's now. I mean, in 26 years, we might not even have to worry about that.
But I'm saying, like, that's like right now you can get away with it, but in 26 years they're going to say, we have to change this.
Mm-hmm.
We have to.
You know who they'll call out for that, Bill, is the bovine police.
Oh, okay.
Bovine Popo, what's your emergency?
So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Tastes change. And now, again, they would never, this just tells me something. Because the music business is very cynical, obviously. Pop culture is always very strategic. So I just assume that they're getting ready to drop some new music, and they're going to be back in the news cycle. And just
that's
to
probably what
get
it
ahead
is.
of
Yeah,
that,
just
they're
to
like,
get it.
we changed the, they're like, yeah, but for 26 years, and it was a great song. Why mess with a good thing? We're talking about The Sopranos yesterday because 25 years ago today is when The Sopranos premiered on HBO. It was January 10th, 1999. And I was reading an article with David Chase, who was the guy who had written it and everything. It initially was going to be a comedy. He had written The Sopranos as a comedy show about a gangster who puts his mother, his ailing, aging mother, in a home, and then she tries to kill him for it. And he was kind of talking this through with somebody, and they were like, you should really write this up because that's really funny. And so it was going to be more along those lines. Now, what I'm curious about is because The Sopranos also was famously pitched and turned down by all of the other networks at the time. And I'm glad because I can't imagine how you'd make that show on like Fox or NBC or whatever, falling through the cracks. So when it comes around HBO and they say absolutely because they were looking for kind of like a prestige drama, and it became considered one of the greatest shows of all time. I wonder if it was pitched as a comedy. I wonder at what point he goes, maybe this is I
mean, it's always been kind of a comedy drama. Like, that show has a lot of laughs in it.
Dark comedy,
It's very dark, but still very funny.
Late 90s, I don't know that people were looking for dark comedies yet, if you were like running a television network.
I don't know if they were, but maybe it wasn't how it was pitched, but I think it was how it was written for sure. Because you also have, Pulp Fiction is a dark comedy. Like they were prevalent back then. They just weren't maybe labeled as such.
David Chase said that when he was growing up, his mom was prone to violent mood swings, and he often felt scared. One time, my mom came out of the kitchen and said, "I'd like to stab your eye out." And he said, I wasn't worried she was actually going to do it, but that was kind of my mom. And so from that came the whole thing with Tony Soprano and his mom. I remember, and maybe it's, I remember a friend of mine from way back. We would joke about her grandmother who had come over from Italy, still had a very thick accent. And she was constantly yelling that she was going to kill somebody. She's like, "I'm going to kill you." She'd be chasing people around with knives. So I don't know where that comes from. But so I only mention this because HBO has got this Sopranos collection to celebrate the show premiering a quarter century ago today. And so they have this, I haven't even looked at it. I know it's up there, but it's all, like 5 hours of behind-the-scenes stuff, and it's got a ton of deleted scenes. They set up that TikTok account Bill was talking about yesterday where they condense the episodes down to 25 seconds just to whet your whistle, as it were. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, a chance for you to grab some cash from the Buzzard Bookie. So listen up and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, you smack my bitch up in the new season of Fargo. That's true. Really good season. You watching Fargo?
No, I've never watched Fargo.
Oh, you've never watched it?
No.
New season with John Hamm. He makes a good villain.
I'll check it out at some point.
Alan, I thought they were saying take my picture.
Take my picture. I thought they could change it too.
They could. Change my pitch up. Take my picture. I'm a rock star. All right. I'll let Poundcake know that chefs notice the difference of freshly ground pepper. Ooh, all right. It's going back a ways, but there you go.
Okay. I stand corrected.
But he said that if you can recognize it, you didn't say it's unrecognizable.
He said you're a snob.
You're a snob, yeah.
Yeah.
Chefs are generally.
Chefs are culinary snobs. If you want to leave us messages, the after hours line's there for you. For voicemails, you can drop messages on the iHeartRadio app, too, if you listen there. 216-986-8903.
Hey, gang. Just wanted to share some of my favorite examples from the past week or so of when Alan cannot consider that some people might have different perspectives than him. Last week, it was that comedians who speak up about other comedians stealing their jokes is lame. Thank you, Bill, for kind of talking some sense into him on that one. And then yesterday it was, if you want to protect your cell phone screen so that other people cannot read your cell phone, you're a psycho. Love the examples. Look forward to the next ones. Hate the show.
Homie's taking notes. Did you talk sense into me? I mean, that's just my opinion on things. It's not that I can't.
Well, I talk sense into you, so
it's not that I can't see other
that.
people's perspectives. I just don't always agree with. I think if you're complaining about somebody stealing a joke, I think that's lame. That's just my opinion. That's just me.
But why? Why is it lame?
Because you're going to keep writing new jokes.
Not if you're Cat Williams. You got one
but
joke
I'm not
that you
Cat Williams.
You keep repackage as the same joke.
But
you should get mad at yourself, really. But
every other comic is not Cat Williams.
No, but if
because my point,
if someone steals something from you, I think it's absolutely okay to be upset and complain about it.
Well, those are two different things. Would you be upset? Absolutely. Complaining about it does nothing because the audience doesn't care. They don't care.
Everybody cared about that.
About what?
The Cat Williams thing was huge because of that.
Because of what?
Because him complaining about people stealing his jokes.
He talked about 4,000 things in
Right,
that rant.
but that was like the first thing that people glommed onto.
If somebody says, that guy stole my joke. You know, I heard a joke in the new Chappelle special that I did in my first 6 months of doing stand-up. Because there's a lot of the same ideas coming around. It was like practically verbatim. I'm not complaining that Dave Chappelle stole my joke.
Call him out. Call him out. Dave Chappelle, you stole Alan's joke.
Because if somebody publicly says that person stole my joke, what? Okay, then what? You're going to write new material. There's always new jokes to be written and performed. So you're going to do new stuff. Have the joke. And the audience doesn't care. They don't care who did. Carlos Mencia stole everyone's jokes. Audience doesn't care.
They absolutely care.
They're like,
he
they
doesn't
don't.
He was doing theaters and massive tours.
Because he had
and
a
had
TV show.
And had television deals. And then he got called out for being a joke thief, and people stopped showing up.
Because he's not funny. Not because he's not a joke thief.
People stopped going because they're like, oh, this guy's stealing material.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Absolutely.
No way.
Why do you think everything fell apart for him?
You think Joe, because they canceled his show.
Yeah, but
you
people
gotta
have canceled shows that are still doing well.
Because they're funny.
Right.
Carlos
and the only reason he
Mencia-
was getting people to come out and see him is because he was using funnier people's jokes. Once people were onto him and he had to rely on his own material, it all fell apart.
Okay. I'll give you that. But what I'm saying is that's not John Q. Public, who's buying a ticket to a show. It's not like, well, I'm not going to go see that guy because he stole this guy's joke.
That's the old way of thinking.
I don't think so.
I think it is.
People don't care.
People do care. We saw it with Carlos Mencia.
They want to laugh.
They want to laugh, but they still don't want to go see somebody. If they know that someone's stealing material, especially when they have these allegiances now because of podcasts and the parasocial relationships they have with comedians, it matters to people. Maybe not everybody, but most people, I think, if they hear that, they go, I don't want to support that guy.
All I remember is that everybody was screaming and crying. So many people accused Dane Cook of stealing jokes. Didn't seem to hurt him at all.
It absolutely hurt him. What are you talking about?
How did it hurt him?
He used to be doing arenas.
But he didn't stop doing arenas.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't stop doing them because people were like, well, I don't know about this. Stop doing them because he stopped going out. He made a ton of money.
You don't think Dane Cook would love to be out doing arenas again?
Dane Cook was doing arenas again as of
When?
last year.
He wasn't doing arenas last year.
Just because he didn't come here. Yeah, he was.
Where?
He was booking the venues and filling them.
Where? Like, I know he came last time he came to Cleveland. He did do Romo Fee Hill at one point. Last time he was here, he was at MGM. That's a huge step down.
But you also know that over time, tastes change too. Doesn't make the What I'm saying is.
But I'm saying people do pay attention to that more than you're giving them credit, and that is something that, and even if it's not because people don't want it still sticks with that comedian. That stink is on Dane Cook forever now.
That he's a joke thief.
Yeah. Because he was called out at a very high level by Louis C.K. about it.
I guess my thought is if you're stealing jokes, it's because you're not able to write good ones yourself. So the system is going to take care of you. I mean, the comedic ecosystem is going to wash you out. But if you're good and somebody steals a joke of yours, you're going to write more jokes.
Well, they know that, but it doesn't mean that you don't want to call somebody out for, like, Louis C.K. is still doing, I know he was on he got shut down for a different reason, but he's back for the
Why
most
would he
part. See me after the show. But it was never he called Dane out.
Yeah.
And
I remember that.
And nobody was like, "Oh, he's going to keep doing that joke." They knew he's going to write more jokes, but it still tainted people's view of Dane and kind of raised people's view of Louis.
I guess my thought is if you hear somebody do a joke that you like and you find out it's stolen, you don't really care.
I think you're wrong on that.
But you liked the joke.
Right, you like the joke, but you go, oh, but I don't like that it was stolen.
Well, no, you don't like it. You want somebody to be doing their own original material. But if you like the joke, there's always somebody complaining that somebody else took their joke. And at the end of the day, the person who cares the most is the person who wrote the joke.
Right. So
the
why
audience
wouldn't
is
they?
like, eh.
But
No, I
again,
get being pissed off about it. I understand
and
that.
I'm telling you, because if that person has loyal fans and they see that somebody stole their joke, it's going to it labels them as a joke thief. And if they don't address it and they don't say, hey, this is parallel thought, whatever they have to do to defend it, but it's something that you don't want on you as a comedian.
Yeah.
And I think because of how much people put into who they like. I mean, a comedy taste is something that's very personal to each and every person. So if you say, I like Louis C.K. and I don't like Dane Cook and I don't like that he stole that joke, or you go, oh, I like Dane Cook, but he stole that joke from Louis C.K., well, now I got to go see what Louis C.K.'s doing. And then you become more of a fan of Louis C.K. than you do of Dane Cook.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I guess
I'm
my
talking
thought.
some sense into you again.
You sure are. That guy's going to call back. I guess my thought is just still that there's a difference between the people who write the material and the people who consume it. And obviously, if you're writing it, you're way more invested in it than the people who are sitting down and hearing you perform it.
I mean, there are people in the chat that are on your side. Here's a comment. It's like eating at a restaurant. I appreciate a great meal. I couldn't care less about who came up with the recipe and offered it first. And there are people that have that mindset, but then there's other people that say, as a comedy fan, I'm on Bill's side, where they do care about the authenticity of the humor.
Authenticality.
Yeah, authenticality.
The raw authenticality of it. Right. All right, I'm going to break here. If you want to give me a text, 35192, want to watch live, you want to do that at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambler.
guarantee. It pays to discover. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, the Satch Vi Tour is happening. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai are going out together again. And they're coming to Cleveland. Want to go see them at MGM Northfield Park? The show is Saturday, April the 13th. Ticketmaster.com's got all the details for you. You can buy tickets there. Caller 10, you can win this pair. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. I'm sure there'll be some surprises in the mix out at MGM Northfield Park. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
LCZ Top 4 album Buzzard, baby. These guys going back onto the road. I love ZZ Top. They got the Vindies opening for them. You know the Vindies?
Yeah.
Band out of Youngstown. They're killing it. They're blowing up.
That's great.
They're opening that Toledo stop.
Who's playing with
ZZ Top tour?
Their guitar tech? Is that who stepped in?
Yeah, after Dusty Hill died.
Yeah.
Yep, that's who they got. Longtime associate of the band and slipped right in there. Per his dying wishes. Yeah, so the Vindies opening for ZZ Top. That Toledo show is March the 26th at the Stranahan Theater. ZZ Top's great, boy.
Michael Stranahan Theater.
Your Cleveland Cavaliers are playing tomorrow afternoon. They're in Paris. It's 2 o'clock tip-off against the Brooklyn Nets. And then they will come back home to start up against the Bulls at the Romo Fijo on Monday night, the 7 o'clock tip-off. Home for a couple of games, then back out on the road because that's the way basketball goes. And the Cavs are doing okay right now. So that's tomorrow afternoon. You'll hear it on WTAM 1100. And then Monday night, back here on MMS at the Romo Fijo. I was reading about the Miami Heat have re-upped their coach.
Oh, they give him a big old extension.
He is the highest paid coach now ever. It's the biggest coaching commitment ever. To the guy, Joel Spoelstra or something? Is that the guy?
No, not it's Eric Spoelstra.
Sorry, who am I thinking? Who's Joel Spoelstra? Is that his dad? His dad was like an NBA executive or something.
I don't
Eric
know.
Spoelstra?
Eric Spoelstra's the coach, yeah.
There you go. And he's been there for a long time,
He's been there
boy.
for a very long time, yeah.
He started as a video coordinator in the mid-'90s.
Mm-hmm.
And they just signed him to the biggest coaching contract ever.
Was it 8 years, $120 million or something like that?
8 years, $120 million.
Good for him.
His ex-wife is furious.
She doesn't get a slice of it?
Well, because people are saying that people were like, she fumbled the bag, as it were. That was probably his complaint during their marriage, too. Hi-oh! People were like, way to fumble the bag. But again, you can't foresee that. Eric Spoelstra, who's a young man, but the Heat have gone to the finals 6 times since he's been the coach, and they've won the championship twice since he's been the coach. So he's legit. But he's been with them for a long time in a variety of positions. What I love is the previous record for the biggest coaching contract ever was last May when the Pistons signed Monty Williams to a 6-year, $79 million contract. The Pistons...
He's setting records with the Pistons.
They have won 3 games this season. The Pistons are terrible beyond measure. They were
all-time terrible team.
They were on a 27-game losing streak, And then they beat the Raptors by 2 a couple of weeks back, and they've gone back to losing ever since. 3 wins after Monty Williams signs the biggest contract ever until the Heat now.
Really turn things around, and then whoops. Kind of need the players, too. I mean, like
you get that guaranteed
a good coach.
I know.
Yeah, hey, Monty Williams got his bag. That's good for him.
Yeah.
And he's only going to have to coach for 1 more year, and then he's going to be able to retire and his kids are set. And
That's
his
right.
grandkids are set.
That
He's
is
got generational wealth.
That's right, boy. Monty Williams and the Detroit Pistons. That's my wife's team. And I like the Pistons, too. Like, I follow them. You know, I used to have to, when I was on in Detroit for a lot of years, I had to do things with the Pistons. And, you know, so I have a soft spot for that team. But god damn, I mean, you think by accident you'd win more than 3 games.
Yeah, because there's other really bad teams out there.
Yes, the Spurs.
Spurs.
Play the Spurs. You'll
play
win.
The Spurs. Play the the Magic.
Yeah.
Not the Magic. The Magic are kind of good this year. The Wizards. The Wizards.
Washington
I knew they were
Wizards.
Magic adjacent.
So the guy at the Heat making a lot of money. And the guy, really opposite ends of the spectrum with similar results for their respective coaches. The losingest team, guys getting pizzade, and this guy will make himself a lot of money too. The Miami Heat. Speaking of Heat, I can't quite get my head around this story because the numbers don't seem to make sense, but 2 people are dead. An elderly couple. You know, we have a lot of bureau chiefs in the Carolinas. We have a lot of people in the north. We got a lot of people in the south. And one of them sent me the story of an elderly couple in Spartanburg, South Carolina. They found them dead in their homes, and they said that they died of heat exhaustion because the house was extremely hot. And they said that the heater's temperature was 1,000 degrees. Which, I mean, like...
whatever brand heater that is, like, yes, that is not... but, like, that's incredible.
I don't understand how that works.
Incredible.
They were conducting a welfare check on Saturday at this house, and as they walked in, they were like, you know those wavy lines when you see a Mirage? That's what the house looked like. The family...
got cooked.
They did. The family said that they had not seen their parents since Wednesday, so they went to the house. It was extremely hot. And the people...
what kind of heater did they have? A fusion reactor?
I
what?
don't know. They said the house was all locked up, but there was an open window. So they removed the screen to the window and looked in the bedroom and saw that the couple was dead. They found the heater in the basement with a temperature reading inside the heater of over 1,000 degrees before they were able to deactivate it.
That's crazy.
The heater was so hot it looked as if the basement was currently on fire.
What?
Because
Yeah,
they were
1,000 degrees
They get those
is-
wavy lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't understand that. Like,
It looked like it was on fire.
commercial heaters don't go to 1,000
That's what
degrees.
I'm
I mean,
saying.
like
They had a-
residential heaters.
Well, they obviously had something wrong with it.
And if you walk past that house...
Oh, you're saying it was broken.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
usually when a heater breaks, it breaks in the other direction.
It doesn't just
where
shut
it doesn't
off?
work, and then the house gets cold. This heater broke bad and said, not only am I going to heat your house, I'm going to kill you.
I'm going to cook your
Yeah, cook
organs.
you, yeah.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't it slip out? Because, I mean, damn, not only does the thermostat or the heater get hot,
Hate when it slips out.
Yeah.
it stays in the house, so it's insulated. Like it didn't slip out through like the cracks of the windows and the doors.
No, I think they probably found them. These old people were probably in bed. They
I'm
probably
saying,
died while they slept.
1,000 degrees, you walk past the house. I feel like if it was 1,000 degrees, you would feel stuff radiating from
Well, it
that
wasn't
house.
1,000 degrees in the house.
Not in the house.
The temperature reading in the
unit
heater was 1,000.
Okay.
That doesn't mean the whole house was 1,000.
I was gonna say, I was like, would stuff
1,000
be
degrees.
melting?
You are right. If the house was 1,000 degrees, stuff would be melting.
Stuff would be melting.
Yep. They said the interior temperature of the home was still 120 degrees after they had all the windows open for 20 minutes. So it was just
It's a
like
Mary's dream apartment.
thick heat. Thick boy heat.
Yeah.
Chonky heat. They measured the body temperatures of the victims, and both of them were topping out at hundreds. They were north of 106 degrees. So yeah, that'll just fry your brain. 84-year-old and 82-year-old married couple.
Do you remember how hot you've gotten before? Like when I
You
was
tell me.
when I was sick, I had swine flu years and years ago. I think my temperature got up to 104.
That sounds about right. Now, I don't recall anything like that. I'm sure. I think when I had a fever when I was little, and it was probably up around there. But
yeah, it was 104.
You can get freaked out. I mean, if you kind of don't keep your head about you, like if you're a first-time parent, and understandably, you get freaked out if your kid gets a little baby or something gets like a fever. I remember my mom putting me in a bathtub full of ice when I was a kid. I remember that because I had a fever.
Starting that ice bath trend early.
I was. It's kind of old school, but it's like, there's little kids that like get 105-degree fever and they can seize, and it's no joke. So they said that these two people's family called and said they hadn't seen them. So I'm led to believe that these are parents of the people who called, except that they said that the guy lived there and the woman was staying there. So bad time to stay there. They found the guy lying on the bed with no clothes on, facing up. He's on his back. And the woman was slouched in a chair at the side of the bed. But they don't suspect foul play. Okay, so they weren't sleeping. This wasn't like overnight. The guy's naked on the bed on his back.
They're just like, it's so hot in here. Get naked.
And she's
Go
like,
check the thermostat.
I got to sit down.
Oh, Eugene.
We're married for 60 years, and I never let her touch the thermostat. And then she does it one time, and it cooks us to death.
Die.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mariel. What's her name?
Her name is Joan Littlejohn, and Glenwood Fowler is the deceased male.
I love old people names.
Glenwood. Joan and Glenwood together again for eternity. I told you not to touch the thermostat. But it's like when you walk into somebody's house, you go, God, it's like 1,000 degrees in here. Well, this wasn't hyperbole. That's pretty wild, though. But, yeah, so if you're, and what do the bodies look like? Because you're going to sweat. You're going to pass out. You're going to sweat.
Then you're going to melt into your bed.
I mean, it's not like that.
I don't think they melt in their bed. They probably looked all,
like beef jerky.
You're going to lose a bunch of water weight and probably, look a little shriveled up.
Leave a good-looking corpse. Look all right. Of course, if you're that old.
All cut.
Get them Jesus abs. They're in the casket.
All right.
But if you're that old, you're already wrinkly. Mm-hmm. So you're going to look even worse. They probably just required a lot of moisturizer at the funeral home. But
I don't know. I feel like at that point, you don't do a casket. You just finish the job and incinerate them.
You cremate them?
Yeah, you got to cremate them.
You put them in the thing?
They're halfway there.
Yeah. So Joan and Glenwood were in a house.
I want to know what brand of heater that was.
I want to know so much more about this. Yeah, I really do. How did the house not burn down? People have questions. Well, because there were no open flames, And I mean, if it's, I don't know. You think that the machine itself, if it was reading that, would melt and start something? Yeah. Going back to last season, Alan, the Pistons have won 5 of their last 62 games. There you go.
Pay the man.
Yep. Ooh, they're playing the Spurs tonight. Oh, I got to watch that. Let me check the money line on that. If they had bed bugs, those bugs are definitely dead now. Yeah, you got to smoke out bed bugs,
I like
right?
that silver lining right there. I got those bed bugs, though.
That's glass half full.
That'd be me. Like, I would crash my car over a spider. I'm like, in heaven, is the spider dead? Well, wherever I go. Is the spider dead? Good.
The battery, somebody else said the battery died in their thermostat while it was running, and he came home from work, and it was 92 degrees in his house. Yeah, that would suck. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes.
I am getting so hot, I'm going to die of heat exhaustion.
Yeah, they were just taking Nelly at his word. No foul play, just a foul smell. Yeah. Mike and Parma, hot-blooded, check it and see. I got a heater stuck 1,003. There you go. You nailed it, Mike.
Hot-blooded.
Check it and see.
Hey, speaking of cover songs.
Yep.
sent you that Flacco cover song.
Yeah, I don't get it.
You don't get it?
I mean, it doesn't rhyme. Isn't it supposed to rhyme?
I don't know. I thought you did a good job with it.
No, listen, God bless. It's blown up, so people really like it. I just didn't quite get it. I can play it.
Yeah, play it.
Let me find it. Because you did send it to me.
It's the Kinks' Lola, but it's Joe Flacco.
Yeah, it's Joe Flacco. Let me find it. Well, there it is. Okay. The guy who did it is named Jay Casey. He's Jay Casey J on.
He's actually a buddy of mine's buddy.
Okay. Oh, you know him.
I don't know him,
Friend
but
of a friend.
I know his friend, my sweet baby boy, Joe Briggs.
He was sitting on the couch when Deshaun went down. We asked him his name, and in a dark brown voice, he said Flacco. F-L-A, Flacco. He walked up to us and asked if he could play. DGR got hurt, so we said, okay, Mr. Flacco. Judge Flacco. Judge Flacco.
I mean, you know, it's... Yeah. It's okay. It's fine.
Well, I'm not the world's most physical guy, but when he threw me the ball, he nearly broke my spine. That Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco. Well, I'm not dumb, but I can understand why the Jets didn't keep such a wonderful man like Joe Flacco.
I mean, it definitely has its moments, you know. I get what he was doing, but I always feel like the meat of a parody song is that it has to rhyme. Like when Weird Al did Yoda for Lola, it was funny because Yoda sounds like Lola. Flacco doesn't sound like Lola.
It's got the same syllables.
Slaying the fans and showed Houston the door. The dog crowd screaming for more. The Browns beat the Jets and put the playoffs aside. And that was the night that Cleveland fell for Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco.
I like the rest of it. Ironically, the Flacco part I think is the least. The rest of it's great.
It fits the scheme. Like, it doesn't rhyme with it, but it's got the right amount of syllables.
No, but I'm just saying there's a lot of two-syllable words, but you want it to sound like... Anyway, good job. That's Jay Casey, yeah. Well, a lot of people do. It's blown up, so... Listen, I'm a sucker for parody songs, so good work.
And the Kinks are nothing to sneeze at either.
Absolutely. Destroyer, great. Hey, Mike from the west coast of Ohio.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Good. Happy 2024. I'm calling in with some breaking news on the Cat Williams situation.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was either yesterday night or this morning. He was on a podcast just going on and on. I mean, he was really digging into a new person, complaining about the skin tone being too light. He wasn't even mad the person was stealing their jokes. He was more mad at how poor the delivery was. I guess he was traveling, and he tuned into some Midwestern afternoon terrestrial radio show, and the phone screener there was attempting to do his joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Poundcake was doing some Cat Williams material the other day.
I was.
And Cat Williams, so it really made it to his ears, and he found out about that. You think he'd be pleased? You think he'd be honored? It's not like Poundcake was stealing anything from him. He was trying to replicate.
Yeah, he was really mad about the delivery.
Gotcha.
He couldn't stand that the person doesn't understand, when a punchline is supposed to come. And,
I see.
When the setup is.
It's like when Michael Scott was doing Chris Rock in The Office. What's the problem with that?
When one type.
Right. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Take it easy.
I appreciate you keeping me abreast of Breaking news, there's Mike over on the west coast of Ohio.
God, I would love if Cat Williams publicly bashed me. That would be, he knows who I am. I've admired his work for so long. I used to watch his, I don't even know if they were his cartoons, but he had to probably license his voice and stuff for them to use it.
No press is bad press, right?
I mean, coming from Cat Williams, I'm a nobody compared to him. We watched him for years.
Pimp Chronicles and the whole bit.
Follow along, white people, follow along. That's how he talk.
Yeah. I mean, you don't do a bad job of it. I mean, I don't know why he would get upset.
I don't know. I want to hear his rant.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Some of the, again, he's not my top 5, but I mean, anytime you turn on one of his hours, laugh your ass off.
He's the first.
I disagree. I've never,
I get where you're coming from. I mean,
it's never been a thing that Mary thinks it's the funniest thing ever, and I get too. It's not for me.
Well,
it doesn't mean he's not funny. He's just not for me.
Yeah, and there are a lot of comedians you guys find funny. I don't find funny, but like Sinbad.
Well, that's because you're stupid.
Well, whatever.
Oh, God damn. Talk about breaking news.
Sinbad was the first comedian that I knew of, like the first person I knew that did comedy for a living. And my mom loved Sinbad. We would watch his specials all the time, and I was too young to understand the jokes, but I knew who he was. So when I actually got to meet Sinbad and take a picture, like, it was crazy. I was like, oh my God, like this man formed part of my childhood. The first jokes I heard were Sinbad, and I met him. And then I never met Cat Williams. I would love to meet Monique, but like my top
I remember
5
Sinbad when I was a kid. I remember Sinbad on Star Search. If you're like a Gen Xer and you remember the Ed McMahon Star Search, a lot of stand-up comedians came from that show. Like Dennis Miller, I think Norm Macdonald did Star Search. Sinbad really blew up from Star Search. I think Wayne Cotter was on there back in the day. And Sinbad's from Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is not that far from where when I started doing radio full time. Yeah. So he was always doing like regional stuff, and
that was definitely something full circle when I got to meet him. And he was cool too.
Well, why don't you set it up so that you hook up with Cat Williams? Maybe I will. You should. You got to create the world you want to live in, right?
Can you do my podcast? Who? What is a pound cake?
Yeah, but also like people are just rotating on each other's podcasts. Everybody's just doing everybody else's podcast. So it's like, who cares if he knows who you are? The guy's clearly got stuff to say. He's from Cincinnati. You know? What would you ask him?
What was the moment that you knew you wanted to do comedy for a living? Like, when did you know? Like, how did you find your purpose? He was homeless for a little bit. He, like, hustled on the street.
Mm-hmm.
He could have chose a life of crime, and he didn't. How did he go from being on the streets to being a famous comedian? And why didn't he sell out like he says all the other people did? I mean, other than the fact that he said he was about to get, like, molested by a bunch of people. But other than that, what stopped him? Because I know a lot of people might take that chance for $50 million.
I mean, once upon a time, his specials were on HBO.
But he owns the rights to them. That's why he says they don't promote them, they don't do anything, because he owns 100% of all of his content. And that's why he says the studios won't work with him, because in order to work with them, he has to sell some of his rights and stuff. And I can believe that.
No, and I get that. I understand the thought, but, like, what good is it if nobody will distribute it?
Because it gets seen. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
All of his specials are on YouTube, and those pages generate revenue because you could put advertisements on those.
Yeah, but HBO will pay you too.
But what's the chump change that he probably makes more in the long run, because they will pay him a large lump sum up front, and then he gets no residuals because they own the content. What's he going to do, sue HBO?
Well, no, but I don't think there's residuals in cable, but I mean, maybe.
I mean, he owns the content for the rest of his life if he doesn't sell. So
right.
why would you take money up front when you can? Because people haven't actors shown their like residual checks in the mail, and it's like 10 cents or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. But I guess my thought, and maybe Bill would be able to speak to this better, but my thought is always, if you sell somebody an hour, you've burned the hour. You're not going to do that material again.
Right.
So take the money. Like, I understand owning your IP, like I fully understand that, but this
is the one place where owning the masters is what you want. So, like, Mary and I have put albums out. most of my albums and specials that I've put out by myself, so I own all of that. So when it gets played on like Sirius XM, we get a good amount of money from that, and I get the owner's rights and the performer's rights. So I get twice the amount of money that I get for the albums that I put out with a production company.
Yeah.
So, but also I get more exposure from doing stuff with production companies. So it all depends on, you can bet on yourself, but there's a chance that not as many people are going to see it. So
that's why I didn't understand when Cat Williams, that clip we played last week where he was ripping on Cedric the Entertainer for being a thief, and he's like, his specials aren't on Netflix or Tubi or whatever. Cedric the Entertainer specials are on HBO, which is the same place Cat Williams specials are.
Right.
So I didn't understand what he was talking about. I know he's had a couple on Netflix, but like Spike Lee directed one of Cat Williams' comedy hours for HBO. So that's no small thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know why is he so mad?
The thing with Cat Williams is I think a lot of this, he may have lied about some stuff.
I take that as a given. I take that as a given.
He definitely read 3,000 books last year, that's for sure. And then the rest, I don't know.
Because he's also been he's always getting into trouble too.
Mm-hmm.
He's always getting arrested, or he's getting into a fight, or he's getting, so he walks the walk. Walk on the walk. Oh, I'm way late. Whoops. I got a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you straight up 4:30. And if you want to go see Third Eye Blind, they announced a summer tour. They're going to get out to Blossom on July 5th. I'll have a couple tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One. Happening this Saturday starting at 10 p.m.
At the Honda Center
in Anaheim. Don't miss Fall Out Boy.
The 1975.
The Black Keys.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush.
Sum 41.
Yellow Card. Lovely, the band.
The Last Dinner Party. Fans with a Veeps All Access subscription can stream the concert live on Veeps.com or via the Veeps app.
Alter Ego taking over.
This Saturday at 10.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight, a slight chance of snow down to 30. Tomorrow, a chance of rain and snow, high of 35. Friday, slight chance of snow changing to rain. Friday's high, low 40s.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. At Mattress Firm's once-a-year sale and clearance, you can save up to 60% on select mattresses. Plus, score a free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Here's to better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Get Spectrum, internet, mobile, and TV. Restrictions apply. Visit spectrum.com for details.
This is your Wednesday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
It's Super Wildcard Weekend in the NFL. On Saturday, Browns and Texans, Joe Flacco in Cleveland, a 2.5-point road favorite. In Kansas City, it's Patrick Mahomes against the Dolphins. Chiefs, a 3.5-point home favorite, over under 44 points. On Sunday, it's the Rams and Lions in Detroit. Lions, a 3-point home favorite, over under 51.5 points. Packers and Cowboys in Dallas. Dak Prescott on the Cowboys, a 7.5-point home favorite. Steelers and Bills. Buffalo, now a double-digit home favorite as T.J. Watt won't play with an injury. On Monday in Tampa, it's the Buccaneers and Eagles. Eagles, a 3-point road favorite. Signature bet, single-game parlays. Build your own parlays. Super Wildcard Weekend in the NFL. Lots of ways to take action.
BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. Download the app today and use code MINUTE. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to have fun and play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan Sea Salt Body Wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Ever feel judged at the gym?
You don't know how to use the leg curl machine? Are you serious? Is this your first day alive? No, it's okay. I love helping people during their first day on Earth.
At Planet Fitness, get energy without the judgment. Never intimidating. Always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Join today during the Big Fitness Energy Sale for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 12th.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
The Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, presented by Toyota. Climb aboard 400 power and sailboats. Enjoy expert fishing seminars, Kids Zone, Twiggy the water skiing squirrel, live music, and more. Save big January 18th to 21st at the IX Center. Discount tickets at clevelandboatshow.com.
If you are someone who experiences migraine attacks, you know it's the everyday moments that matter.
Mom, come play with me.
The moments you don't want to miss. Nurtec ODT, Rimegepant 75 milligrams orally disintegrating tablets, is the only medication proven to treat and prevent migraines all in one, giving you and your healthcare provider the power to control your migraine treatment.
Nurtec ODT is approved for the acute treatment of migraine attacks and preventative treatment of episodic migraine in adults. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can occur even days after using and include trouble breathing, rash, and swelling of the face, mouth, tongue, or throat. Most common side effects were nausea and indigestion stomach pain. For full prescribing information, call 1-833-4-NURTEC or visit Nurtec.com.
Ask your healthcare provider about Nurtec today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Anjali.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just got an alert for a strange charge on my card.
No problem. We make sure you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card. Let's see. Did you purchase something from a t-shirt cannon store yesterday?
Absolutely not. No, I already have like 3.
$0 fraud liability guarantee. It pays to Discover. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
It's the 46th Annual Ohio RV Super Show, presented by Progressive, January 10th through the 14th at the IX Center. Experience hundreds of the hottest new RVs all under one roof. From pop-ups to motorhomes and everything in between, the Ohio RV Super Show has what you need for all of your camping needs. Daily entertainment. This show is fun for all ages, and children 12 and under get in free. Find your next RV at the Ohio RV Super Show, January 10th through the 14th. Buy tickets at OhioRVShow.com.
Hey, it's Alan for Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car could be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
In celebration of Conrad's 38th store opening in Canton, bundle and save and get up to $225 off 4 select Goodyear tires. That's right, $225 off.
The man. When Third Eye Blind was like white hot, he's dating Charlize Theron, and
I like Third Eye Blind quite a bit.
he had his pick. Yeah, they're pretty. I mean,
Graduate's a great song.
he had a rep for kind of being a pain in the ass, but the couple times I met him, like if you were able to kind of get on his wavelength and play around with him a little bit, he was great. I'm a big fan of him. Graduate, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had a bunch of hits. Third Eye and a Semi-Charmed Life was the one that nobody could believe was on the radio because it was about like drugs and sex, and it was quite explicit without really being all that explicit. Did this song speak to you as a young man, as a kid whose mom was doing his...
I mean, that was much... Both. This came out way before I was even close to graduating.
Oh, yeah?
Trying to, but yeah. What year did this come up?
94, 95 maybe, yeah.
So I was 5 years away from having my mom do the proper paperwork for me to graduate.
Yeah, Semi-Charmed Life, but they had Jumper, they had How's It Gonna Be, they had Never Let You Go. Yeah, they had a lot of good songs. But Stephen Jenkins is going to be 60 in 2024. And that's pretty wild. Eddie Vedder is going to be 60. What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Hootie. Darius Rucker, right? That's his name? He's not Hootie. Darius Rucker is going to be 60. Some of them look like they're going to be 60. Others don't. Jeff Hanneman of Slayer. Duff McKagan, who still looks good, boy. Duff McKagan is going to be 60 in a couple of weeks. You know, once he got off the junk and hit the gym, still looks good. That's the trick. Vinnie Paul would have turned 60. Of course, he died 5 or 6 years ago. So, you know, Tracy Chapman from Cleveland, Ohio. You've got a fast car. So, the guy from Soul Asylum, Maynard Keenan, is going to be 60 in April. And, yeah, Stephen Jenkins. So I'll have more tickets for that Third Eye Blind show tomorrow. About the same time. Lenny Kravitz will be 60. He's still in great shape. Tom Morello. Goddamn. Tom Morello be 60 in May. 60. 6-0.
Used to think that was so old.
I mean,
I used to think it was so old, and now I'm like, no, it's not. Doesn't seem that old anymore.
I guess. I mean, it's still, God willing, everybody's going. You know, you're going to hit it and then exceed it. Kerry King of Slayer, Doro Pesh, Jimmy Chamberlain, the drummer for the Smashing Pumpkins, is going to be 60. I mean, you know, these are all Gen X rock stars. Dickie Barrett, the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. His birthday's one day before mine. He'll be 60. Courtney Love
will be 60.
60 years old on July 9th. Chris Cornell would have been 60 this year.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yup. So anyway, there it is. I've got $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely. You get these once an hour, so there's plenty of money to be won, and I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You know why I'm excited is we're about an hour away from another Poundcake sports break.
Always a good time.
And man, he has got a sports break for you.
Can't wait.
He is cocked and locked and ready to rock, Doc.
Indeed. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Very exciting. You can leave messages for us. You can leave voicemails on the After Hours line if you listen on iHeartRadio. There's the little talkback button there for you.
Hi, Erica from Gimpo here. I was listening to the...
Oh, right. Erica, who is one of our bureau chiefs in South Korea, left a message.
Hi, Erica from Gimpo here. I was listening to the replay of the show and y'all talking about the dogs. Yeah, it's true. It's not common, but my friend told me there's like a soup that they eat with dog meat. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm very glad it has become a law to stop eating dog. Hate the show. Bye.
How about that? As timely as today's headlines, we were talking about how South Korea has finally decided to outlaw dog meat as a culinary ingredient. Now, it's not going to kick in until 2027, but they said that just tastes have changed, and the global availability and the global economy changes, and people have access to things they didn't have access to before. But I Googled it. The Korean soup that uses dog is called bosuntang. They boil dog meat with vegetables and perilla seed powder, and then it's seasoned, and then you eat it. So it's like dog pho, kind of. Bosuntang, which translates to soup good for your body, unless your body is the dog. And then it's probably not that great for you. But there are still only 7 U.S. states that explicitly say that you cannot explicitly forbid eating dog. So just keep your eyes peeled. If you're that neighbor with a nosy dog or a loud dog, when I my dog has a great sense of kind of time and place. If she has to get up in the middle of the night to go out, which has been happening less frequently, thank God, but like I'm up around 5 or so, and so I'll let her out, and it's still dark. And so when she's done, she'll come to the patio door. And because it's dark, she doesn't bark because she knows people are still sleeping. She has a sense of that. So I'll just keep an eye out, and then I'll let her back in. The daytime, she'll bark her ass off. She'll bark to let you know she's done and she wants to come back in. But in the morning or when it's dark, she doesn't do that. She just sits there. So if you're one of those people that has a noisy dog, the dog that's always barking, or that's always trying to jump up and look over the fence, all I'm saying is it's not illegal in the state of Ohio. As I understand it, it's not explicitly outlawed that you can eat dog meat. You're not going to find it in a store, obviously. But there's always somebody who goes, you'll see signs in your neighborhood. Our dog's missing. And if it's one of those dogs that's a real pest, and then the next thing you know, a neighbor's bringing over bosuntang soup.
Enjoy.
I'm just trying to tell you.
I just want to sit and not have it. Oh no, I'm not hungry. But you have a bite though. Slurp it.
Well, that's what. Didn't your neighbor steal your dog?
It's probably delicious. Yeah, your neighbor stole your dog.
They sure did. Yeah, they sure did.
Did they ever bring over a casserole shortly thereafter?
No, they're about ready to jump my mom because she walked over there just to make sure it was her, and the dog ran up to my mom, and then my mom gonna give her the deed or the certificate or whatever it was.
The deed to the dog.
The deed to the dog. The dog deed.
But yeah,
I still don't understand that. I know we've talked about it ad nauseum. I still don't understand how the neighbor stole the dog and your mom.
The dog, okay.
Because they got used to the new family.
Pretty much.
You guys thought the dog ran away.
The dog did run away.
But you found out years later that your neighbors took it in.
Yes.
And by the time you discovered it. Right. But I just don't know how you hide a dog.
They did. Okay.
They were just
they were secretive about it because they knew it wasn't their dog.
Keep it in the backyard. You don't walk it on the street.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I guess.
We had a house, and in Oberlin, it's a very close quarters. It was just a street, and everyone, all the neighbors kind of knew each other. But there were a couple houses that you never really seen anybody go in or out of, just schedule or whatever. But we had a big backyard, and we would take our dogs out. And usually it was the task of my brother or I, and I don't know which one it was, but we let her out. She got underneath the fence and got out. And we didn't know where we were looking for her for months, and we couldn't find her. So, I mean, yeah, we thought someone probably snatched her, but we never knew what happened to her. And then I'm telling you, it had to be a couple years later. It wasn't like a year. It was like a couple years later. My brother was outside, and the dog ran up to him. Like, it was outside, and my brother she ran up to him, and she was like, "That's BB." And we were like, "What?" And so I go inside and tell my mom, and they were like, the neighbor across the street, she has BB. And so we run across the street, and my mom comes out, and she's like, "Yeah, that's her." And then she goes back in and gets like whatever little certificate. And the lady was like, "Oh, we thought you were gonna take her." Like, we should. Like, we was mad because we were like,
why wouldn't? Yeah, it's so strange to me. They steal the dog rather than saying, "Hey, somebody lost their dog." I mean, that's a wild move.
Yeah, we didn't see her, so they were strategically, the way their house was placed, if they took her out the back door, we would not have seen her.
Yeah.
And the one day,
were they known to be like shady in other ways?
I didn't know anything about these people.
Okay.
Never seen them before.
It's a family, guy, woman, kids.
It was a woman with kids, and the kids never came out to play. I don't know who those kids were. But they were out there, and.
Why didn't your mom take the dog back?
My mom is non-confrontational. I don't think she.
Yeah, there's no confrontation. They thought she was going to take the dog.
She was broken by her children, so she's like, I guess I'll just let the dog live there now.
All it's going to do is get away from them again, and another family's going to take it.
They're going to blow up my Sim's house again.
Every 5 years, they're reclaiming their dog from another family in the neighborhood. It just seems like she would take the dog back. It's not a confrontation. You stole my dog.
Stole it, got away, and then they took it.
Oh, man.
Is there a chance that your mom actually gave them the dog?
No.
No. That she lied to you.
No, my mom is a dog lover. She would never do that. I think, and I don't know this for sure. I guess I never really asked her about it because that day we just kind of like let it be. That's what it was. But I think she saw that she was in a good home. And she was being taken care of, and they loved her. So I figured she was like, okay, they already were accustomed to enjoying the dog's company.
Yeah, but dogs get accustomed to. I mean, you have these dogs that find their owners across the country after 5 years. They don't forget you. That's why they remembered. They ran to your brother.
They remembered Poundcake, and they're like,
yeah, she didn't run up.
They ran to your brother and growled at you. Oh, God. Little Poundcake. Like, come over here. What was the dog? BB?
Yeah.
Like, come over here, BB. And the dog's like, ah.
Nothing
to do with him.
Yeah, I mean, they took care of her. I mean, she was a purebred Pomeranian, so she was like an expensive dog. So
and easy to hide. That's a tiny dog.
And they could have sold her or whatever, but they literally just found her, and I guess they got attached to her, and my mom just.
Well, yeah, they got attached to her. Little kids with a tiny dog.
They weren't little. They were like my brother's age. I think they were like older than me. They were like teenagers, and they got this dog.
Man, that's wild.
Yeah, and they stole her for years, held her captive in the house, never saw her. It was. I'm never gonna make that comparison, but
she didn't bark or anything.
She wasn't a barker. Yeah. She was the best. Little small quiet dog you could imagine. She was cute too.
You were gonna say it's like when they find a girl in a container in a barn.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Send her over.
Yeah, well, is BB still alive?
I don't know. That was the last day we saw her.
But what I'm saying is after like the jig.
This was when I was like 11 or 12, so I doubt it.
Oh yeah, okay. That dog's long gone.
Long gone.
I see. So after the jig is up, did they then stop hiding the dog?
Never saw them again after that.
Really? They move out. They pack their crap in the middle of the night. They're like, we got to get out of here.
Like our house.
ASPCA is coming.
Our neighborhood was a great area to like raise kids. Like all the kids pretty much knew each other. But for whatever reason, this particular house, I didn't even know kids lived there. No one ever went in. No one ever went out. And this particular day, this woman was out with a dog that looked just like our dog that ran away. And then the dogs ran up to my brother. And then he was like, oh, "That's BB. The spots are the same." Like blah blah blah. And then
were they calling after the dog? What did they name it?
I don't remember what it was.
They're like, "Come back here, Ferdinand?
Dee Dee.
I forget.
Baby. No, Dee Dee now.
No, I forget what they called her. They did name her a different name, but I don't.
He had her marinating in Italian dressing in the fridge.
In Italian dressing.
Italian dressing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, stupid
That's how they
dog.
make the bosun sing.
Dog thieves.
I've got to take a break here. You want to get a text? 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Some walk by night, some fly by day. Nothing could change you, set and sure of the way.
They put all the episodes of Moonlighting on Hulu, and I dove headfirst over the break. I'm just clicking around. I'm like, goddamn, Moonlighting is on. This is way before you guys. I don't know how many people remember
I just know
Moonlighting.
that
but
that's where Bruce Willis kind of made a name for himself, right?
yeah, Bruce Willis blew up because of
Yeah.
Moonlighting, yeah. It was him and Sybil Shepherd. And
Yeah.
the pilot episode is...
What was the premise of the show?
The premise of the show is that she was this fabulous, famous cover model. Maddie Hayes, okay? She's a famous cover model. Sybil Shepherd in real life had been a model, and so they were able to use all these younger photos of her. This is mid-'80s, so she was probably still early 30s, maybe mid-30s. But she was a world-famous cover model. Her manager, she finds out, has stolen all of her money. So she lives in this house, and her staff is quitting on her. And she goes to her manager, and he goes, well, you own a lot of properties and investments. Most of them have gone south, but one thing you still have, because she's looking for things to liquidate to get money. And he goes, you own this, you own this, you own this, things that she had, investments. One of them is a detective agency. And so she goes to tell everybody that they're fired. And Bruce Willis's character, David Addison, a fast-talking, wise-cracking type, is running her detective agency, and he convinces her to keep it going. So then they have a detective agency, and she decides, well, I'm getting older, not as desirable in the modeling community. I'll become a detective. Because that's what you did in the 80s. Everybody became a detective. I don't know what the I don't know
It
how
seems
it's
like that happened started in the 70s, and then they
like
carried
Columbo.
over.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably every generation.
Well, it was the rich couple that
Heart to Heart.
Heart to Heart, yeah.
But that's like
murder.
That's like now when if someone's famous, they just become a DJ. They're like, I'll just go to a couple clubs, do a wiki, and then I'm a DJ now.
Yeah, sure. And
Yeah.
the club doesn't care because you're a draw.
Yep.
But the premise of shows where just anybody was a detective, it's interesting. But anyway, Moonlighting.
I would rather Paris Hilton become a detective than a DJ.
I would too.
She's out there just solving crimes.
Paris, PI. So, so I dove headlong into the old Moonlighting episode. And they kind of hold up. It's the mid-'80s, but I think the show, I don't know how long it ran. Didn't run crazy long, maybe 5 or 6 seasons. But that's what blew up Bruce Willis. He did Die Hard a couple years after Moonlighting premiered, and then he exploded from there. But you want to talk about a story of a guy who, against all odds, right? Nobody wanted him for Moonlighting because, even at like his late 20s, his hairline was receding. But somebody must have said, look, if Jack Nicholson can have a movie career with that hair, then so can Bruce Willis. And nobody wanted him for Die Hard. They offered Die Hard to everybody before they got to Bruce Willis. All the usual suspects, Stallone and Schwarzenegger, and they were like, no.
And they famously had to offer it to Frank Sinatra first because it was technically a sequel to a movie that he was in the 60s.
Yeah, it was an old book.
Yeah.
It was, I forget what it was called, but Die Hard was adapted from a book in the late 60s, right? And somehow he must have had really good representation. Somehow they got around to Bruce Willis. And of course he made it his own. But diving into those
Killed
old
it. Such a great
it's great
performance.
Yeah, it was a franchise.
Glass. Who gives it about Glass?
Argyle, the limo driver, every
Argyle,
beat of that movie was great.
Who was the cokehead? Hans Booby.
Hart Bachner was the actor. Yeah, his dad was like a famous actor.
That was great. And then,
Bonnie
Hans
Bedelia is
Gruber,
the wife, is Foxy. Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman is so good.
Is Hans Gruber. Gwen got me a Nakatomi Plaza advent calendar.
Fantastic.
Where every day Hans Gruber gets
Falls
closer to
before.
the ground. Yeah, it's awesome. But of course, Bruce Willis, I hear people, I see a lot of this. I see people slagging Bruce Willis's wife. He's been married to Emma Willis for a long time now. They have a couple of girls. He's got his grown girls with Demi Moore, but he's got a couple girls with his wife, Emma, who are probably maybe 10, 11, 12, around there.
Yeah.
And I see people slagging her because she posts a lot of photos and videos of them. And obviously, Bruce Willis is in bad shape. He's got this rapidly degenerative disease where, half the time these photos he doesn't look like he knows where he is. And people are giving her a hard time. And I'm like, this is a woman going through a lot right now. She's a young woman. She's 23 years younger than Bruce Willis. He's almost 70. She's in her mid-40s. And, you don't see this coming. Sucks for him. Sucks for her. Sucks for the family. But my mind is like, this is kind of a window into families that have to contend with this and what they might be going through. And I see so many people giving her a hard time. They're like, you just want attention. I'm like, oh my God, this woman's husband, just because he's super famous. Bruce Willis has been popping up a lot, though. Like Red was on the other day. That was a comic book that they turned into an action movie.
I've still never seen that one.
A bunch of old people. It's like Helen Mirren and John Malkovich, but it's fun. It's a good time. But yeah, when I see that, because I follow her on social media, and she's always posting, it's a lot of her crying and talking about Bruce Willis, but people want to know how Bruce Willis is doing. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Because one day you're going to open up the Google and it's going to go, actor Bruce Willis has died. And that day is not far off. So I see a lot of people giving her a hard time. I'm like, God, that sucks. You're just kind of trying to get the thing out there and have a conversation with people maybe. Hey, Eric.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
So this talk of moonlighting is really, really a nostalgic thing for me. Freshman year of high school, I had a history teacher who absolutely loved moonlighting. So every Tuesday, our homework was to watch moonlighting. And then every Wednesday, you spent the entire class discussing the episode.
Right.
I'm so excited to hear that it's out on Hulu because I think I found my new binge.
Oh, it's on there. You get right in there, Eric.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
All right, Al. Take
All
care.
right. Thanks, man. You too. Yeah, and of course, as everybody did in the 80s, once you got to a certain level of fame, you decided that you wanted to do an album. And, somebody handed Bruce Willis a harmonica, and he's
pretty good at it.
He put a record out called The Return of Bruno, because that was his bartending name. Yeah. Eddie Murphy did an album, and, everybody was like, hey, actors want to be rock stars and vice versa.
My Girl Wants to Party All the Time is a good song.
It's a banger.
It's a good song. And the Bruce Willis stuff, he's good at harmonica. It's not like he's bad.
This one's called Coming Right Up from Bruce Willis. This would have come out 1980-something, 7.
Say I take your order.
He's got such a distinct voice that's...
Yeah.
It's got a very strong Huey Lewis in the music.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. As was the style of the day. Yeah. Yeah, they would just give these guys a session band, like a bar band, and then throw him a harmonica, and you're off and running. I mean, Michael Chiklis put out a record a couple of years ago that was pretty good. So some of these guys, they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'll be right with you.
Oh, Ricky Gervais, he started in music.
Yeah, but
he was in that
was
new
before
wave
stand-up.
band.
Yeah. He had hair, a flock of seagulls hair.
Mm-hmm. It was like new wave, Smith's ripoff.
We were talking about Cat Williams earlier and talking about people stealing jokes or whatever.
Patrick Swayze's song was a great song.
That was a huge hit for him.
Yeah.
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind's a great song.
Yeah. The book was called Nothing Lasts Forever. Somebody's telling me. That's right. Roderick Thorne is the original name for Die Hard. Have you heard AI George Carlin?
I have not. Someone in the chat was saying that they actually really enjoyed it. But
well,
I
if you
don't-
listen closely, I mean, they get kind of the beats down, and you can tell it's not him, but it's AI. There's a YouTube channel that creates AI stand-up comedy, and it created an entire hour of George Carlin. It's called the podcast or the channel or something is called Dudesy, and it's a comedy AI. And it sounds enough like George Carlin, where if you were kind of really paying attention, it's not necessarily gravelly enough, but it's pretty good. And I'll play a little bit of it here.
And I'm a comedy AI. What you're about to hear is my second hour-long special. Before I get started, I just want to let you know very clearly that what you're about to hear is not George Carlin. It's my impersonation of George Carlin. Please enjoy my second...
So what he said, I cut some of it out here, but a lot of the preamble, but he's like, I basically, like AI does, I basically took hours and hours of George Carlin and tried to get the beats down, tried to get the cadence down, and just things that he would probably have been talking about. So it's a full hour talking about reality TV and technology and society and AI. George Carlin's been dead for over 10 years now. So like contemporary issues with AI Carlin.
Second hour-long comedy special. I'm calling it George Carlin, I'm Glad I'm Dead.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to start off with a heartfelt apology. I'm sorry it took me so long to come out with new material, but I do have a pretty good excuse. I was dead. So technically, it wasn't my fault. If you want to blame somebody, you're going to have to blame God.
I mean, it sounds enough like him, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It gets a little bit more gravel, but it gets kind of the nasally tone that he had, and yeah. To the uninitiated, you could be fooled pretty easily. I'm glad I'm dead. It's such a George Carlin title.
Well, his last thing that released was just an audio. I have the LP, and it was I kind of like it when a lot of people die.
Yeah.
And it was what he was working on, and then 9/11 happened, and then he shelved it.
Changed. He goes, I can't release this.
Yeah.
Which we all know is not going to happen. People are always thanking God for the good stuff in their lives, but somehow they conveniently forget that it's the same God who does all the bad shit too, and he does a lot of bad shit. You get a promotion, praise Jesus. You get fired, God is testing me. You meet your soulmate, God brought us together. Your soulmate dumps you, God is bringing me something.
There's kind of an audio uncanny valley with it, like where it
Yeah.
sounds like a little too young. It sounds kind of like a guy trying to do Carlin, but there's also enough of it with the AI that.
And
gets
the
it in
AI
there.
wrote all the jokes too.
Everything. It's fully AI generated. It's a full hour AI George Carlin special.
Please listen to not AI comedy.
Do you have any suggestions?
Pure BS on YouTube or
Oh.
Bam Bam.
Oh.
Or even if you want to go back a little ways and just say your jokes.
Whose are these?
These are Bill Squires.
Oh.
But Mary's got stuff.
My Squire, Bill
Yeah.
Squire. Mary who?
Mary Santora.
She used to be on this show.
She is on this show. She'll
Oh,
be back tomorrow.
really?
Yeah, we're bringing her back.
Didn't she move?
Yeah, she did.
All right.
She's having a
Where?
time.
You survive a tornado. I'm so blessed. 20 other people do not. God wanted them in heaven. But if you're in America, you're special. God made something just for you. Something no other country on the planet gets. It's totally random, not related to your diet, exercise, lifestyle, age, race, gender, sexuality, or genetic predisposition. Of course, I'm talking about mass shootings. Other countries are fine killing one person at a time with guns, but this is America where we do things bigger and better and more often. There are so many mass shootings in America, it's replaced bad traffic as the #1 excuse for being late.
So there's enough of it. I mean, and it definitely hits on topics that you could hear him tackling if he were still alive. But it's also unsettling, too. But anyway, it's pretty wild. I'm glad I'm dead. That's the AI George Carlin hour. That's on YouTube. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can leave us messages there. As a real person, you can leave us messages there.
Hey, Alan, this is Bob from Manaway, Ohio. A while back, you guys were talking about all-you-can-eat restaurants. There is no longer Ponderosa in Warren, Ohio. Just figure give you guys a heads up. Love you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate you keeping us abreast of the culinary options in Warren, Ohio. Where did that come from? Hey, I want to let you know there's no longer a Ponderosa.
We were talking about there was Ponderosa, Hometown Buffet, Golden Corral, like all those buffets.
No, I know it existed. I just thought it was funny. He said, "I want to let you know there's no longer one in Warren."
Because I didn't think there was any more.
I think that was the
Ponderosas.
closest one.
Oh, maybe we said there. I probably said there was a Ponderosa in Warren.
Man,
it closed last June. I love the article from Youngstown. Customers shocked and saddened by Warren's Ponderosa closing. Well, then you should have kept it open.
Shocked.
I didn't.
I mean,
shocked.
saddened. I get shocked.
You were shocked. What?
I love a
because I went over there and there was never anybody in there, so I was shocked when they closed. Yeah,
Ponderosa was our go-to family restaurant when I was a kid. That was where we would go pretty much anytime we went out to eat, to the point where when they started closing down, we had to change it up.
Was it now?
Well, we had Sizzler. That's where we went. We went to Sizzler. We went to Mr. Steak.
Now, when there's a steakhouse, as a kid, I didn't really appreciate steak when it was offered to me. I didn't really like it. I would always opt for like the chicken. But did Ponderosa have good quality steak?
Not that I remember.
No, it's
I imagine the
it's
other like
mass-produced buffet steak, right?
Well, no, they had like you would order a steak and then you get the buffet too. Like it was an amazing deal.
Oh, I see.
The deal was good. It wasn't. I wouldn't get steak when I would go there because I was a little kid, so I'd usually get like chicken nuggets or
I didn't get
stuff like
steak
that. But the steaks that they showed in the pictures as you'd go in and order, looked amazing. But I imagine they were just probably just regular like sirloin steaks that they get for cheap.
Well, and when you were a kid, there were just a couple, right? Now there's Texas Roadhouse and there's Outback and
those aren't buffets.
Oh, you're just talking about buffets. I thought you meant like chain steak joints.
Yeah, Ponderosa was a buffet that you could also get a steak at. But and it was also one of the things where it was the first place, like that was the sit-down restaurant that we'd go to as a family. And then when we went to a restaurant where they bring you a menu, I was like, what the hell is this? I thought we ordered up front and then you bring us other stuff in a little bit. Like, where's the buffet? Where's I like
you got all thrown off.
I like sliding my tray across everything. Like it was a whole ritual.
The trays that had just come out of the industrial washer, so they smelled hot.
Yeah, you go to a restaurant and they don't bring you a tray. It's like, what am I gonna eat off? Where's my tray?
We had this restaurant in Oberlin called Rax, and it was
love Rax roast beef.
So Rax is like a national company.
We had them in Chicago.
Oh my God, it closed down, and it was so sad because Rax was like.
I thought there was like still one. We talked about that Rax before. I think there was like one left in like Lima or something.
Well, it started in Ohio. Yeah.
It was fast food with style.
I don't know if there's one. As of now, they have 6 locations in Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio. They're in Lancaster, Ohio.
Man, why did they close Oberlin's then?
They closed most of them. There was one in Vermilion. They closed most of them.
It was doing good business. I don't care. It wasn't because they weren't getting business. Oberlin don't have any really fast food restaurants. At that time, they didn't. So that was the only place in town where you could like go and sit and get like a quality meal. It was like a thing. I used to love going to Rax. There was no drive-through window, I don't think, at the time.
No, I don't remember that either.
Ugh. I want Rax so bad.
Rax roast, R-A-X, Rax roast beef.
It was so good.
There's a video I shared on my Instagram where it's 2 fast food employees, and I shared it because my comment is where the beef is fresh, never frozen, because it's a dude that works at Wendy's, John, with a dude that works at Five Guys, and they're going at each other, and the one guy's like, you gotta drive through that. Like he's like trying to flex on the guy's like, I work at Five Guys. We don't even have a drive through. You work at a lower quality restaurant. It's the saddest thing, but it's very funny.
Here's a Rex commercial.
99 cents. You better hurry, though. This stream lasts for a limited time only.
What makes the ultimate chicken sandwich? A grilled chicken, lettuce, tomato, mayo, a multi-grain bun, and it's only at Rax. Speechless.
Did you see who's in this, by the way? This commercial is Mark DiCarlo. That was the guy that hosted Studs.
Oh,
Remember
yeah, I
Studs?
remember Studs.
He was like a local news anchor in Chicago when I was a kid.
He's literally speechless. Rex wants to know, what's the ultimate chicken sandwich? A grill.
Rex roast beef, baby. Well, that's your mission, Poundcake, should you choose to accept it, is find one of the last remaining Rax roast beefs in Ohio. Roast beeves, I'm sorry.
There's one in Lancaster, which is out.
Poundcake, do you know what Studs was?
No, what was it?
Studs was a dating show, but it was like a horny dating show that would be on late night on Fox on the weekend, like it'd be on after like American Gladiators.
And it was
at
just
like midnight, and it'd be like 3 hot dudes with like greasy hair and like muscle shirts and stuff like that, talking to a lady, and they'd ask them all these like innuendo questions.
It's like just like updated dating game.
Yeah, it was updated, but it was like to us, we weren't supposed to be watching, but we'd stay up late and watch it on the weekends and be like, oh my god.
If you had that Pluto,
we're gonna watch Studs.
If you have that Pluto TV app, they have Studs on there.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I might watch a Studs for the fun of it.
Yeah. There was another show called Cheaters with Joey Greco.
Cheaters was another
The dude
level.
got stabbed.
Yeah.
Well, that was when they like would catch people on camera. And, you know.
I see, and that I don't know if that can't be. I always thought that stuff was like fake because you can't put people on TV without their consent.
Well,
So
afterwards, you get them to sign the release. You give them $200 and you air it.
Yeah.
Cheaters is on Tubi.
But why would anyone do that?
Because people love when Gwen worked for Jerry Springer. I would ask her the exact same question. She goes, "Everyone wants a trip and a hotel, and they want to be on TV. They don't care why.
That's all it takes.
They want to be on
But
television."
you're literally cheating with like at the time. I know this isn't terminology now, but they used to call him like a transvestite. Like they would yell that, and it was like someone spanking him, and he's wrapped in leather, and they still showed his face, and I couldn't believe that they did that.
Yeah, they would sign off on it. You want to be
Well,
on
those
TV?
are the more sensational episodes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would just follow a guy into a parking garage, and he's making out in the front seat of his car, with some women. But I remember the big story of Joey Greco got stabbed on that show. Some upset dude. But yeah, Gwen used to say all the time, she'd be like, people just want to be on television. The hardest trouble that they had booking people on Springer was once they flew them to Chicago and put them up at the Four Seasons, they'd have to like hold these people's hands to actually get them
to the show.
Yeah, she's like, people just want a trip and a hotel room.
And then they bounce.
And then they bounce. They were constantly chasing people down. These morons are trying to get on television. Oh, I got a break. You want to send a text, 35192. Get the Poundcake Sports Break straight ahead of you. And then at 5:30, another chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
iHeartRadio.
Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Odds are you won't die.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox gives stuff away.
All right, you want to go see the band Set It Off? They are on the road doing the Deathless Tour. Special guests on the bill: Crown the Empire, Caskets, and Death by Romy. It's going to happen Saturday, March 30th. Down the street here at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com has further details for you if you need them. But this pair for you, caller 10, Set It Off on the Deathless Tour. Good luck. Cody Carson sings for them. Used to go to Oberlin, dropped out to start the band. Caller 10, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007.
This election year,
2024,
a big year. He's committed to the real issues, like dehydrated grape supply and banana peel protocols.
This is what people care about?
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got a brand new Poundcake sports break here in a few minutes. After I give you $1,000, about 5 minutes away from that. Next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie. Hopefully we'll get you $1,000. And we have plenty of those chances for you to win. So it starts with Rover in the morning. Dan's got him in the midday. I have him. Corey Roddick's got a few at night. So like 13 times every day you get one of those keywords. There's $1,000 attached to all of them. Nets Cavaliers tomorrow afternoon. This is the game they're playing in Paris, France, not Texas. Nets Cavaliers.
That's why it's so notable.
Yes. Cavs getting being designated the home team. So maybe I don't know. Maybe there are a lot of, have they determined that there are a lot of French NBA fans?
I mean, the NBA is huge in the world. And
so this is going to be packed out?
Yeah, I think it will be. Because it's the first time they've ever done anything like that. They're not going to, I don't think they would have it any other way. Like, I think this is going to be, even though these probably aren't the most renowned international teams, they probably rather have like the Lakers and Knicks and Celtics and stuff like that. But just the fact that there's NBA teams playing a regular season game in France is pretty huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think France just won the FIBA the International Cup this past year, or maybe it was, I don't remember who it was, but they have they love basketball over there.
Okay.
So
well, good.
And Wemby.
Well, if you follow the Cavs, they posted a photo at the base of the Eiffel Tower yesterday. It is winter in Paris. Is that where Wembanyama's from? He's French.
From France, yeah.
What about Tony Parker? Yeah, he's French too.
Yep.
And
Rudy Gobert.
Right.
Gobert, as Poundcake calls him.
Rudy Gobert. Yeah. All right. Well, that's tomorrow. 2 in the afternoon. It'll be 8 o'clock there in Paris. But you'll be able to hear it on WTAM 1100. It's not preempting this program because, priorities. But you can hear it on the iHeartRadio app, I believe. Everybody checking in with me on the Rack's Roast Beef that's near them. The Parma Tavern was a Ponderosa in the 80s, somebody said. We were doing Cox Outs there. Love the Parma Tavern. Old Ponderosa. I mean, I guess maybe that makes sense because I think they still have like one of those like atrium fronts, like the greenhouse, like the curved window there. The structure might remain the same. But very exciting for them.
I miss when Wendy's used to have that atrium
dining room. Yeah, but it was always like hot and humid in there, and there was always condensation on the inside, like they were growing bananas.
But it's always like when you were a kid, that's always where you wanted to sit because it seemed like the cooler place to sit. But you're right, it was
1,000 degrees in there too.
Way too warm.
Yeah. Well, somebody just sent me some breaking news, but I don't want to step on the sports break, and I don't know if he's got it in there.
Well, if it's breaking.
I mean, it is breaking sports news.
He writes this earlier in the day. I don't know if he's putting breaking news in there.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
I think Nick Saban has retired.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That is out of nowhere.
He spent 17 seasons coaching Alabama and built one of the best programs in sports history. He got his start at Toledo in 1990, and then he went to Michigan State. And I think he had a couple fallow seasons in the NFL, too. I think he was one of those guys that made the jump.
He made the jump to the Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
He went to LSU, won a national championship with LSU, and then went to the Dolphins, and then didn't like that and went to Alabama, and then had one of the most successful careers of all time.
Yeah. So Nick Saban retiring, Alabama got knocked out in the
Playoffs.
The
Rose Bowl. They lost the Rose Bowl to Michigan.
Michigan beat them in the Rose Bowl, baby. Go blue.
Go ahead and cheat.
But so, yeah. Well, he's made some money. He's a very recognizable guy. He does like commercials. You see Nick Saban in car commercials and insurance commercials. And he's 72 years old. And he's still got that natural brown hair color. It's amazing. This guy must have been born with a horseshoe up his ass to be so lucky. So he's done there. Poundcake, I certainly hope I didn't step on any of your sports break with that breaking news.
Just have to revise something real quick. No, not at all.
He's going to get his typewriter up and humming back there. All right, let me give you this money, and then we'll get right to it. It is at $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, Tiger Woods at this point is just flexing on them hoes. When you're great at your job, people usually say, oh, I can do that with my eyes closed, or I can do it with both hands tied behind my back. Not Tiger. He's a goat. He said, hold my clubs. I can do this on my knees. And he can. Watch the clip of Tiger at the long drive contest here.
All right, you see where that went? Okay.
All right, we saw it.
We saw it.
We saw it.
All right, long drive contest.
No.
No!
Dude's pretty good.
Yeah, Tiger Woods. Ain't he the greatest? He's just showing off now. He's the only athlete of color that can take a knee and not have white people get mad. He can give those guys the good old line drive stroke. Good for you, Tiger. Stand. I mean kneel on business. 2 knees down. Also, speaking of white people, feel free to rejoice. You just got a free pass yet again. About a week ago, we got word that a high school recruit had a controversial last name that would get a lot of white sportcasters into trouble. Noah, we'll keep him on a first-name basis as of now. He did an interview about his controversial last name, and I think it clears things up. So let's watch the clip.
Here we go.
Harris. It's a random question, but it's not a random. It's a random question.
I know why. There's a song that says "In Paris."
I know the song. I'm just asking him the question. I can't feed him the answer.
We've never been to Paris.
Plug. How do you pronunciate your last name?
Oh, so this is how you pronounce it. It's Noah Kanega. You say it Kanega. Like that.
What do you mean by that?
Did they both say pronunciate?
Yes, they did. It
All
drives me
right.
insane.
Pronunciate?
Yes.
No wonder Poundcake likes these guys.
I don't know these guys. It just popped up in my news feed, so I'm going to report on it.
All right.
But did you hear that, guys? Kanega. Kanega. It's Kanega, guys.
Noah Kanega.
See, here we go. I didn't say that so y'all can chime in. I was just saying, what a relief. Now you white people can cheer loudly without reflexively flinching. But just to my point here, between you and Alan, don't you go inserting the last name into the slang thinking you cool with your little friends. You better just take this W and use it for sporting events only. Lastly, I'm guilty of this as well. When people have an accent and they're ranting, it's hard to take them seriously. I just think it's cute. Well, that's exactly the problem with Raptors coach Darko Rahajovic. I'm going to say that that's the right pronunciation. Pronunciate. That's exactly what he had to deal with when he was ranting to the press about the refs when the Raptors lost against the Lakers. So there's a little clip for you of his cute little rant here.
3 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight, this is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game.
Man.
Oh, look at him trying to assimilate. See, I don't know if his rant did him much good, though. Apparently, there's strict rules. I didn't even know this. Apparently, there's strict rules about publicly bashing refs, so it can lead to a hefty fine. But regardless of what happens, I hope he still voices his frustrations because it's so cute. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the Poundcake Sports Break.
That's a good one. Poundcake goes to the rim with quite a bit of force, too, doesn't he?
Hey. Well, Tiger Woods is just lucky that he's not going to get put on blast by Tim Conway after doing the kneeling down.
Dorf on golf.
That was Tim Conway's bit, Tiger.
He should have put his shoes under his knees. That would have completed the whole thing, man. Oh, the estate of Tim Conway is going to be very upset. The pride of Willoughby, Ohio.
Noah Kanega.
Noah Kanega. How
pronunciate it? That's how do you pronunciate it?
Well, the way we pronunciate our name is, oh man,
the fact that they both said it.
Yeah. Was it RG3 talking?
Yes, that was RG3.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's going on? He looked familiar, but okay. Pronunciate. I'll tell you what though, Tiger, when he gets on his knees, like when you kind of watch his rotation there, his upper body is still massive.
Yeah.
How old is he now? Is he 50?
Oh, he's definitely in his 50s.
Is he?
No, I don't think so.
I thought he was younger than me. He's 48.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just turned 48, like 2 weeks ago.
Those big, stupid veneers.
Well, he just ended the Nike sponsorship. He's been with them for 27 years. He's made like $500 million with Nike. So you got to know that when you're gonna leave, that means there's something better coming.
Well, I guess when he was
rehabbing, Saudi money.
He was working with FootJoy on...
FootJoy?
Yeah.
The hell is that?
It's a shoe company that's helping him with his rehab after he crashed that car and broke his legs real bad.
Why didn't Nike help him?
I don't know. They're not really.
Were they trying to distance themselves from him?
Well, I think they also just aren't as in the golf world as they used to be.
I see. They're like, we got enough problems trying to divert attention away from the child labor. We don't need all this mishigas with your rehab.
No,
and your philandering. FootJoy.
Nike's laying off a ton of people and like trying to cut back in like $2 billion in costs. So Nike's got its own problems to worry about.
Yeah, I was reading about on the eve of Amazon getting ready to add advertisements to the streaming, in a matter of days. Well, end of the month. January 29th is when they'll start to release their ads. And obviously they're banking on the fact that most people will not pay the extra $2.99 a month to keep it ad-free. And so they're banking on that, and they're looking at, Amazon is going to upend streaming because they're so integrated into so many other things in life, Amazon, that putting ads on the streamer is going to generate billions and billions of dollars for them in advertisements. And on the eve of that, they announced that they're firing like 600 people from one of their content divisions. They're like, yeah, we're getting set to make billions and billions more dollars, but we got to let you guys go. I'm sorry. We're not looking to just break even here. So you got to kick rocks. Pete Carroll out as the Seahawks coach. Is that old news?
That happened like midday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
They said it was a kind of a joint decision.
Sure. He'd been there a while, yeah.
Yeah, he was there for like 14 seasons.
And I mean, Russell Wilson ain't going to stay with the Broncos, right?
I don't know how that's going to all play out.
Yeah. Pete Carroll.
We don't know.
All right.
Again, digging into the gossip of just the athletes because I don't care about their
sport
athletic ability. But Tiger Woods' ex-wife, Eileen, is it Eileen or Elin?
Elin,
yeah.
Yep.
The dude that she married, Jordan Cameron, is hot. Didn't he used to play for the Browns?
He did.
Oh, she married him? I remember that dude.
The tight end, yeah.
He's a good-looking guy, boy. She had a huge crush on him.
He's 10 years younger than she is. But
Elin Nordegren.
My God, he could do whatever he wants. He chooses to play sports. Like, he could model. He could.
Well, but he's not playing anymore.
No, he hasn't played in a minute.
He probably gets like alimony from Tiger.
Well, that's what I was going to say. She has so much money. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
Yeah. Wow. But yeah, I just happened to stumble upon that because I didn't know if she remarried.
Oh, good for her. She deserves to be happy. I bet Tiger at one point knew where every Ponderosa was.
Is that
because that's what you're banging the waitresses from there?
I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Into your underpants? Oh my God!
Rock.
Money! Ugly like me.
And Alan Cox.
I try to listen to you, and I just can't do it. I do appreciate your persistence.
Your FM home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers Big, Tristan Thompson, on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day. And for the ones
Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, I'm putting the finishing touches on Saturday night's metal show. Very excited. Woo! Oh, you didn't know we did a metal show here on the Buzzard? I'll get hip to that. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. I am your host. I am joined by Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And every Saturday night, we do 120 minutes of nothing but metal. In all of its forms, by the way. There's some great younger bands that are challenging people as to what you can do in the heavy metal space. There's bands like Nightlife and Sleep Token and all kinds of different bands taking bits and pieces from a whole bunch of different genres and making it into metal. And, of course, there are people who think that, they're purists. They think that it should sound a certain way. So we hit all those points on the curve on 2 Hours to Midnight. So Saturday night, 10 o'clock. If you're in a local metal band, we play a lot of local music. Got a band called Lower 13 we're going to play on Saturday night. Got a local band called Midwinter we're going to play. And then we play brand new stuff. We throw a bunch of classics in there. There's 80s thrash. And we hit all of it. So if that blows your skirt up, I hope you'll join us on Saturday night. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. 2HTM at WMMS.com. If there's something you want me to play. I have to admit I was confused when I saw Stanley Cup trending over the past few days. And I saw people that I follow posting about it. And I was like, too. Yeah, I'm like, that ain't till June. I was genuinely couldn't understand what people were talking about and making reference to the Stanley Cup. But they're talking about these giant pink oil barrel size water bottles that for whatever reason
are so popular amongst women right now.
And why is that?
Guess someone made them popular.
Somebody said this is the thing you're supposed to have, so they're like, okay.
Yeah, but how does that work? I mean, every company wants to do that and say, hey, buy our crap.
I don't know how it or why, but it's just what they want.
I mean, the Stanley Company is like 110 years old. So I was curious why the cup went viral.
And they make tools, and then their thermos, for whatever reason, seems to be the thing that's finally put them on the map.
Right, yeah.
Like
they make
when
tools?
You say Stanley, like
Stanley
I think of,
tools, that's what I'm saying, yes.
I think of like a measuring tape. Like that's what I think of.
Yep, I have one in my home as we speak. And so there's these, you'd think that it was friggin', you'd think that it was the old school Cabbage Patch Kids or something. The way people are flipping out. There's videos on social media of little girls opening up their Christmas present. It's a Stanley Cup. There's people in line. Just these giant pink cups, which is a collab with Starbucks.
Oh.
So that is part of it. They're getting the Starbucks push.
I was going to say, people were going nuts over those slime cups from Starbucks. They're like green.
And the ones that looked all like glitzed out for a while.
Yeah.
They look like they're, But there was, where's that video? There's a dude who just walks behind the counter at Starbucks. You see the video of the dude that just walks behind and just grabs a giant box of them where there's people in line. And the people, this is in a Target Starbucks, walks in, grabs a box, and then starts fighting with people.
He chose violence today.
Yeah. So he walks back there, grabs the box, and then people get in front of him. He's kicking over the garbage can, and they start fighting him. And he goes to run out the door, and some dude tries to do like a block on him.
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Stop him! Yes! Stop
Throw him to the ground.
I didn't touch him. I didn't touch him. Stop him!
His pants are falling down.
Stop her!
The girl filming, by the way, is doing nothing. She's just telling everybody else what to do.
Insane. Look at this. He is.
And so they get the box away from him, and then they fight him a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And then they finally get him to leave the store.
I'm not fighting nobody for some stupid cups.
It's pretty wild.
No, it's okay. We're gonna call home.
And then he walks out. But, the crazy thing is, these people are standing there. And when you think about it, you're like, it's not that they cared that he was going to steal them.
They weren't going to get one.
Right.
Yeah.
They were in line to get one. That's why they cared.
Yeah.
That's the only reason they cared. If he had gone back there with arms full of bagged ground coffee, they would have said, "This way, sir." They would have pointed. They would have gotten the F out of his way. These people were jumping on this dude because they wanted one of these dumb cups.
Damn it, I hate America.
I love it.
I hate
it's
America.
all falling apart, and I couldn't be happier.
Priorities. We got wars going on.
Oh, there's doors flying off of airplanes. It's great.
And we're fighting over stupid cups.
I love it. Doing it to ourselves. Yeah, so
Order it on Amazon.
If it had been anything else, they would have cleared a path for this guy. Nope. Tackle him. You ain't getting my pink Stanley. What do they cost?
I
They're
looked
like
up right
$50.
now. No,
$50?
That's not true. I'm looking up right now. It says Stanley 40-ounce quencher H2.0, $143.98.
But that's a resale one.
Right, that's somebody putting it on eBay.
But someone's gonna pay for it, I guess.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not like the retail price is like 30 or 50. But it's pretty high still.
That's bananas.
All you got to do is there's a picture. You got to take this thing out. I just discovered this.
Yeah,
You gotta
to clean it.
To clean it.
There's a lot of it is of mold.
Yeah.
Really?
Gotta clean
You
it.
got to clean it.
The thing is like the kids all want it. Yeah. How quickly do kids lose their water bottles? Every other day. Every other
All the
day.
time.
First of all, yeah, but
I have my water bottle right here. I have my sippy cup right here.
You're not a kid.
Yes, I am.
You live like a kid. You're not a kid.
But are people spending $50 for these for their kid?
Yes.
No, for their kid?
Yes.
Why?
Because we're Americans and we're frivolous.
Because the kid has to go to school and have it, or else they get made fun of. You can't show up with an Nalgene bottle. People will be like, "You'll get roasted."
Yeah,
so you'll get roasted in the group chat. Come on, Alan.
So is this
kids? You should know.
So is this primarily for kids?
No.
No.
Well, then that's where my confusion is.
But
Uggs aren't for kids either.
It's like high school girls are obsessed with it, and then like moms and it's all the way
bitches.
across. It's
Just
yes.
basic bitches.
Anyone that wants to see Taylor Swift wants one of these mugs.
Right, okay.
Real talk, yeah.
Right. There's a through line. The Venn diagram is a circle.
Mom, you couldn't afford tickets to the Eras tour, so you need to get me one of these Stanley Cups. I'm like, okay.
Well, I was very confused when I saw Stanley Cup trending and saw people, I think Pants had posted something. He was going to fill it with pee or something. And I was like, you're going to fill the Stanley Cup with pee? I was completely ignorant as to what was going on.
It's a stupid cup. And it's a thermos cup. There's a million of those. And
But I wonder how it blew up. Just social media, just TikTok.
Well, from what I heard, people were like, "Oh my God!" They're talking about the features. They only talk about the features when they have to justify spending a ridiculous amount of money.
What are the features on a mug?
They're like, it keeps your water cold for days. I'm like,
But that's the same thing with Yeti.
Yeah.
The same with I got a $10 mug here that will do the same thing because it's very basic thermos technology.
It's a thermos.
Yeah.
And by the way, it doesn't keep your water cold for 10 days.
But that's what I'm saying. What scenario are you testing that? Like, I left it on the counter for 10 days to see if it was... No, you didn't.
And also, why do you should be drinking more water than that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they're just talking crap to justify being frivolous, and I'm sick of it.
But again, there's nothing new in the thermos technology. It keeps cold things cold and hot things hot.
Well, when you make it pink and you partner with Starbucks, every basic bitch must have one.
Okay. I mean, there's lines of people in front of the Target store. They're not inside at Starbucks. Out in front of the store. Hanging out in parking lots. I love this stuff.
Hey,
the dumbest crap.
You got the cup. Imagine someone getting pulled up on, like, help, they took my pink cup. And a car pulls off. Like, you get a gun pulled on you because you got a cup.
I love the nation of parents who can't bear to tell their children no.
No, yeah.
I love it. An assortment of Stanley Quenchers, because these have been available.
Mm-hmm.
The pink ones are the collab with Starbucks. You can go online. You can buy a Stanley Quencher. And, yeah.
They're like $50.
The Stanley Company developed the first practical transformer, which means when you plug your electronics into the wall sockets, you can thank William Stanley. He holds 129 patents, including the one for the Quencher. Yeah. So anyway. But I guess the Stanley Company might have developed the thermos or something. Because back in the day, like, if your dad had an old Stanley thermos, it was just like an old...
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I just wasn't paying attention to what was going on here. So, plus, if you get enough, I think it has less to do with kids on TikTok and more to do with all you need are a couple of, like, high-profile influencers to start going off on this, and then you're off to the races.
Exactly.
They said before all this, they weren't selling very well. We had them. People weren't buying them. So they gave one to a girl who was on The Bachelor. And then she posted about it. And then...
It took off.
It took off. And then they collabed with Starbucks. And they were getting blown out. Well, there you go. A guy who works for Stanley, who used to work for Crocs, said that you need an influencer opportunity. That's what they always tell our sales staff here.
Mm-hmm.
Influencers move units. That's why we're all doing commercials. Moves the needle. But yeah, these people that just walk in. There was a woman who showed her car that had been on fire, but her Stanley Quencher was unscathed. Did you see that?
I didn't see that. That's pretty impressive.
I don't believe that.
Yesterday still has ice in it.
I don't believe it either.
No, it
still has ice in it. Come on.
Yeah.
Also, why was your car on fire?
I
burying
set
the
it
lead
on
there.
fire.
But that is, yeah, to get likes. Set it on fire for the clicks. But, yeah. Well, the Stanley Company bought her a brand new car a month later. She could have easily faked that video.
And she did.
I mean, maybe she didn't. Maybe the stars aligned, but you can't buy that kind of advertising. That's worth buying this lady a Mazda. They didn't get her a Rolls SUV.
That's the first thing you do when your car's on. Oh, my God, I can't believe this happened. Wait, is my drink still warm? Wait, is it still cold?
The ice is still in it.
Oh, my God, what
And
a
my
relief.
phone didn't get caught on fire either.
Right. My phone didn't
Yeah,
melt.
nothing.
My cup holder, it wasn't stuck to the cup holder or anything. You just grabbed your little Stanley cup out, huh? Ugh.
One mom said she bought a cheetah print tumbler for her daughter, and that was not good.
$9.98 Walmart cup that she said she thought was cute. She is 9 years old. On the second day back to school after Christmas break, she comes home. She's not crying. She's just upset. The girls, all the other girls in her grade, I'm not saying all, maybe she said 9, 10 of them, all got Stanleys for Christmas. And they made sure to let her know that this is not a real Stanley, that this is fake and it's not as cool. So she comes home, she's upset. She asks if she can have a real Stanley. Do I think that a 9-year-old needs a Stanley? No. Do I have one? Yes, I have one.
Well, there you go. Coming home from school.
Let your kid get bullied a little bit. Also, if you are raising a child and your child is bullying someone for not having a Stanley, you need to do a little better as a parent.
But again, these kids.
This is Mean Girl stuff. I wonder if this is all just viral marketing for the
Mean
new
Girls, the
Mean
musical,
Girls
the reboot.
musical, yeah.
But to see a
Girls
kid.
are crazy with this stuff.
But I think it would be hilarious to see a kid walking around with a 40-ounce tumbler.
The cup is
They're out there.
Them.
Yeah,
it's so
it's
dumb.
the size of their torso.
But if you all have them, then how is it special anymore?
Because
if your whole class has the pink tumbler,
I want to know who can afford it and who can't.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is. You can't afford to get a Stanley. You got a family. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, you got your little mom's thermos. That's cool.
Huh.
All the dudes are going to talk to you with your stupid little thermos. You got Hello Kitty on it. Gay.
What a thing to put on a 9-year-old, too.
Right.
Boy, they never let him. They never let him out, do they?
Is that Betty Boop? You know.
Betty Boop.
You know, all this Tinkerbell, your Tinkerbell thermos.
Right. Yeah. As a 9-year-old, you probably want something cute like that, but got to fit in, so you got to get that pink Stanley.
Just because you got a let it go mug doesn't mean it's gonna keep it cold. From Frozen.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for Drunk Sue to weigh in on this. You know, she's confused by thermos technology. Maybe she gets herself one.
She said in the chat, I still want to know exactly how that works.
How does the cup know how to keep things hot or cold? Alan, I have my dad's old Stanley thermos. It has an actual cork in it.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Somebody else says the Stanley Cup top always screws on with the straw in the exact right spot for a left-handed person or right-handed person with relation to the handle.
Again, stuff you never thought about or never needed before.
Right, and it certainly ain't worth $50. I'll turn the cup to... Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. People will make excuses after excuses to try and justify their frivolous purchases. Just own it. I got extra income. This is how I want to spend it.
And I want to fit in.
You're a
follower. I want to fit in. I'm a follower, yeah.
Yeah, but you were twisting yourself to justify your giant Chick-fil-A bag earlier.
But that's me. I'm not trying to be cool. I'm just I'm broke, and I'm like, I'm going to make this work in my head.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to justify
fit into his pants anymore.
These people are telling everybody else, don't talk about the features. I know you can't say anything about the calories. Like, I know it's unhealthy. There ain't no way I can make it healthy. But if I portion it out and make it 2 meals, then it makes it okay. I'm getting my calories for the day. We are not the same.
You're not a 9-year-old girl.
No.
And he's eating that in the quiet of his own home. Like, he's not out there eating it and then judging the people that don't have all the food that he's got.
He'd love to, though. He'd love to get out there and judge some people for not having all the food that he's got. What, you can only get one sandwich and a small fry?
Poundcake, when you were a kid, would you, if you were in this situation, would you be begging your mom for a Stanley?
Yes, I would. And my mom would get me one, too, because
Your mom would spend $50
She would.
On a tumbler for you.
She would, because she wanted me to
in the 3rd grade.
She wanted me to have friends.
Oh.
She did. She wanted
And that was the only way you could do it?
Yes.
And she wants you to have those friends? She don't want you to be friends with the people that are like, nah, it doesn't matter.
Any way I could get them, she would, yes. She compensated. I'd be like, well, all my friends at school have them, but I know we probably can't afford it because they have dads. But it's okay. I don't need a Stanley Cup. It's cool.
They all have dads. Playing the dad card.
She would overcompensate.
You had a dad. You act like he was dead.
I was like,
or she didn't know who he was.
I know there are 2-income households, so, one probably handles the bills, and the other one probably handles the kids. So I don't need a Stanley Cup. It's $50. I know that's a lot. I mean, even if you did want to get me one, you could cut into like my Christmas money or my birthday money. But it's not a super big deal. I'm going to go and watch SpongeBob now.
He plays his mom like a fiddle.
Mm-hmm.
But if you did want to get me the Stanley Cup, it's at Target.
And what was and she would do it, and then he'd still blow up her goddamn Sims house.
That's right. There's no quarter given. Once he gets, he gives her the doe eyes, and then once he gets what he wants, and it's back to blowing up your mom's house in the Sims.
Let that be a lesson to all your ungrateful little bastards. Like, now you know what your kid will turn out like.
That's why you don't get him the Stanley Cup.
Don't get him a Stanley Cup.
Don't get him the Stanley Cup.
He's sitting there sipping seductively on his Stanley Cup as he's blowing his mom's house up. It's pretty good. Thanks, Mom. You can cut into my Christmas money. What was your Christmas money going to be?
No, I'm saying the gift that I would get for Christmas, you don't have to get me. You could take off a gift for Christmas.
Take off one gift.
If you couldn't afford it.
One $50 gift. All right.
I'm like, you could take, let's not get crazy. You could take off one gift, but I'm going to still need you to come up out your pockets.
Here's Poundcake to a kid with no Stanley tumbler.
Hey, you a bitch.
That's a good one.
I was inadequate in a lot of different ways when I was a kid. So the only thing I had,
You're inadequate in a lot of different ways now.
But the difference is I don't care now. I'm not trying to make an impression.
No, this is when you're supposed to care.
I know. It's opposite. Well,
why care when you're a kid? You're supposed to care now.
Well, I don't care now. And then I cared a lot, probably too much. And people would stay over my house and they were like, oh, you have internet. you have cable. My mom would go buy snacks for us when they would sleep over because I'm like, we can't come over here and we can't just be having sausages. We need to.
Your mom was trying to put on a good show for you and your friends.
Yeah,
so that's a nice thing to do.
So she would get us a bunch of snacks. So I was spoiled in a lot of different ways, but it just didn't translate well once I got older.
It didn't translate well.
It didn't. That was cool. Offering people popcorn to not beat you up is cool when you're a kid, but it doesn't work when you're an adult.
Hey, man, if you don't kick my ass, I'll give you some popcorn.
Popcorn.
Yep.
I would
it's
always,
cheddar and caramel mix.
I'd always have a snack bag when I would go into school. I would have lemon heads.
You'd have to know what each potential bully liked. You'd have to have hey, Brett is coming to kick my ass. He likes nerds, doesn't he? Yep.
Yeah, the move was
a strawberry and grape right back here.
If you don't want someone if you want someone to know you have something without telling them you have something, you open it up right in front of them. So I had gum, and I'm like, just put go in there, and the dude that would beat me up, he like, hey yo, give me one of them pieces. I'm like, oh, one of these? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. And I was like, well, don't say I never did anything nice for you. And he just turned slowly, and like, ugh, and just like,
yeah, but couldn't they just beat you up later on? Thanks for the gum, ba-boom.
But then I wouldn't give him any more gum.
Oh, I see. You were their gum connection.
I'm like, no, you
better not punch me. You won't get any more gum. There's no other way you can get gum.
Gum link.
You put your big finger on my freaking
Got
nose.
my gum plug.
He was a gum plug. Yep. Wow.
I just try to soften them up a bit. That's what I mean. I'm the closer. I just
closer.
I just smooth things over for you.
Well, that is a superpower. Good for you. I never had snacks when I was getting beaten up. Nothing like that.
Could have saved you.
Yeah, it could
I have a Butterfinger. Don't hit me. Let me reach down in my purse. Here's a Butterfinger.
Let me give you a minute here to collect yourselves, and then we'll come back and wrap up Corey Roddick Experience tonight at 6:30, and the next chance for you to grab $1,000. That next keyword is on the way, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.